Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. It's Tuesday, January 10th, and we will begin with our public hearing. If we need any alternates tonight, Mr. Wells would be seated, is the first alternate seated. In addition, item number 6 has been postponed. That is Tyler Mitchell with an application for a final site plan and special permit at 45 Burying Hill Road in the RA4. And with that, we will begin the public hearing. Our first item is from the Town of Greenwich, and this is a text amendment for the green area requirements and the landscaping regulations in our zoning regulations book. Mr. LaRoe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The draft regulations that are before the commission right now are reflective of comments the commission asked to be included and revised from
Recording
our
in
first
progress.
meeting in December. And those, I believe, are captured in the text that you all have been seeing circulated in red. The major change, or the big picture change, is that the commission felt that it was a little overbearing to have requirements for landscape architects to certify projects on smaller lots. So the regulation was amended to not require that certification from a licensed professional for those smaller lots. But again, the landscaping is required for all the projects that are itemized in section 6177 as amended. And then there was some clerical or wordsmithing that we did that was reflective in later parts of the text amendment.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission? All right. And just for the record, these amendments to the regulations were done as a consequence of the 2019 POCD, and it's the environmental and conservation section in it, as well as the discussion of community character. Do I have any comments from the public on the amendments to the landscape regulations? Madam Alvarez, hold on just a second. And there you go. You should be all set. Mhm.
Thank you for this
Hello.
opportunity. Hi, how are you? Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Francia Alvarez. I'm with the Greenwich Tree Conservancy, and I'm also on the Land Use Committee and on the RTM, but I'm speaking as a member of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. First, I would like to thank Katie DeLuca, former Director of Planning and Zoning, and now Patrick LaRoe, the new director, and their staff, Chair Margarita Albin, and the members of the P&Z Commission, also members of the landscape group, John Conti, Richard Hine, the staff of conservation. I just wanted to mention all of those people because it took a lot of people to refine these regulations, and a lot of thought process went into it. And I would like to commend everybody for the work that they've done. Thank you so much. These changes, though the words seem are not too expansive, they really open it up to so many things that can happen now to protect the trees in town, so that people can look out their doors and see a beautifully landscaped property across the street. This whole change, these changes are wonderful and will benefit the entire town. And we are greatly appreciative of all the work that has gone into that. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alvarez. Anybody else from the public wish to comment on this application? No. Okay. So with that, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Please advise if you do. All right, Mr. Levy, I can't see you, but I'm assuming you're not objecting.
I'm not objecting.
Okie dokie. With that, this application is hereby closed, and we move to our second application, which is Leonard and Joanne Phillips at 220 Davis Avenue in the R6. This is for a final site plan and special permit to build a 587 square foot addition and a new rear deck on a two-family residence. Tim Peck, I see you. Hold on. It's slow tonight. The people disappear from, what we may do when we get a lot of people is I may just enable speaking rather than bring up people up to panelists because it's very slow for some reason Zoom tonight. Hello, Mr. Peck, how are you?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. How are you this fine day?
We're good, thank you, I think. A lot of people have COVID, but don't even ask.
Oh, no. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon. It's been a while to get to this point, so I'm happy that we're finally opening this. This is, as you mentioned in the call, an application for a site plan and special permit approval to add to and alter an existing two-family dwelling at 228 Davis Avenue, belonging to Leonard and Joanne Phillips. The owner seeks to expand the current building by adding a dormer on the upper floor. We did ask for and receive two variances, one due to the front yard setback location as the building exists within the front yard setback, and one for the variance from 2.5 to 3 stories to allow for increased size of the dormer. Those were received almost a year ago. It's taken us a while to get to this point. So a number of allowable stories and front yard setback variances were received. It's our hope that the design is situated so as to blend into the fabric of the neighborhood. We're trying not to detract from the streetscape. There was a comment from conservation about keeping the cherry tree in the front yard. I don't think we're doing anything there. So all of our work is either going straight up or a little bit in the back. Both dwelling units are 1-bedroom units. I would like to note that there's no change to the bedroom count or the parking layout. The primary reason for the additions is really to allow some more living space in the upper unit, basically converting the existing second floor over all to living space and moving the bedroom up to the attic level. Other notes from comments. Again, where drainage is under the exemption threshold. I'll get to the deck and sewer in a moment. We addressed the EMAC comments. Anything that we're adding to will be under the new regulations, energy efficient windows, insulation, high efficiency units. Zoning didn't have any comments. There were a couple of items, as everybody's mentioned, from sewer. Those were the big items. The 3 issues that came up from the latest letter from Rich Feminella, and I know that the commission is reticent to approve at the objection of their advisory groups and the advisory commissions. However, we've really been banging on this to try to get this through sewer, and I know they're backed up just like every other agency is in town. There were 3 items. One is for the existing storm drain. There was no deliverable really on that other than the letter from the owner applicant acknowledging receipt of the comments and that they would agree to adhere to the comments. We submitted that letter last week. There should be a copy in the file. The other item was an engineer's letter, which we did submit very late today, and I apologize for that. We just got it this afternoon, saying that any proposed construction adjacent to the sewer easement would be self-supporting and would be designed so that would not impact or have no encroachment on the sewer easement. These are really items that would normally, I think, be addressed during the zoning permit phase or the building permit phase, and we would like to ask the commission to treat them as such, but that's obviously under your purview, and we would respect your decisions. The last issue, I think, was on parking. Currently, it's 4 spaces or 5 spaces, depending on how you look at it. We did submit a plan. They've managed with 4 or 5 cars on that lot for a number of years as it's current. And again, we're not changing the bedroom count, but P&Z did ask for a parking layout to show that it does fit on the site. So we did submit that the other day prior to the briefing as well. With that, if there are any questions from the commission or anybody else, I'm happy to address them.
Questions or comments from the commission? Oh, okay, so hearing no comment from the commission, my own answer to you, Mr. Peck, is that we do respect when the sewer department has a concern and asks us to get a sign up and asks us to wait till they have signed off on an application. We do so very specifically because of the sewer concerns that the town has had, particularly if it is the department that we are the most careful about because there have been issues with capacity in the lines. I know that that's not the question here. It's just a question about how close it is, the structure is to the easement. Now that you have the engineering sign off, Mr. LaRoe, would we be able to accommodate them on the next meeting?
Yes, Madam Chair, we could definitely put Mr. Peck on. I don't think there's any issues. We have a space and it would just allow for everything to be buttoned up.
And now the commission can tell me I'm wrong and disagree with me and win out, and you could move forward, but I'm not hearing anything from anybody. Does anybody disagree with us waiting for sewer sign off? Okay, I'm guessing.
We
Yeah.
don't know when that's going to be, so to put it in the next meeting.
Hopefully we can get to Mr. Feminella.
Yeah.
Mr. Peck can,
So Mr.
ahead.
Peck provided a lot of detail this afternoon. It's just going to be a matter of getting in front of the sewer division. So I believe that they've been responsive to the comments that were made and should have an answer hopefully by next meeting.
Yeah, our engineer has reached out, and it's just, as I said, it's just a matter of time, as you guys see with the other projects as well.
all right. So I'm not hearing any objection to that. There was a change in the plans that was an error that you've corrected. You've confirmed for us the parking spaces, the dimensions on the parking spaces. Yep, and that's it. You've gotten the engineer report in so that if you can get Mr. Feminella to give you sign off. Mr. Lowe, are you waving at us?
No, not at all of you, just at you, to get your attention. There was some discussion about the need for a structural engineer. Is that part of
That's what he did. He sent in the sign off from that structural,
Okay.
from the engineer today, correct, Mr. Peck?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
correct.
what he submitted today. So he has
Well,
that
I didn't
done.
see it, so I didn't know whether that was
Yeah,
covered.
I didn't see
Yeah.
it either. Mr. Peck said he submitted it this afternoon. I didn't see it, but I could have easily missed it.
I did not forward it to the commission out of
Okay.
abundance of caution, but we do
No,
have.
and sewer was copied on that submission
Right.
as well, Ms. Chair. So just, we'll let it take its course.
Okie doke. All right, so before we move on, does anybody from the public wish to comment on 220 Davis Avenue? 220 Davis Avenue. Any comments? No comments. So we will leave this application open, Mr. Peck, and I would suggest that we schedule you for the next meeting, and
Yes,
hopefully you
please.
can get on Mr. Feminella's, you can get through Mr. Feminella's inbox before then.
Yep, we will follow up with the engineer and have them try to solve everything with sewer and notify Marisa and Patrick when we hear.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, is this open yet? I believe it's a must open tonight.
Yeah, we opened it when we discussed it. As soon as we talked
Thank
to the
you.
applicant about it, it is formally open.
Thank you.
So and we left it open. What was the word that there was a lawyer who didn't like? Oh, we continued, but it's not the language we use.
Thank you.
Okay.
I like our language, Madam Chair, but that's.
Yeah, we'll have to ask some point. Our next application, the third one on our agenda, is at 1 Binney Lane. This is for a final re-subdivision to create two lots, a 128,000 square foot parcel and one 11,426 foot parcel. That parcel will be non-buildable and would be open space. And the applicant does not have his hand up or her
Mr.
hand.
Cesario is the.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him though. There he is. You got him.
I just
Hello.
promoted him.
Great. Hello, Mr. Cesario.
Hello, how are you, Chairwoman?
Hello.
Hi. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak again. As you may recall, this was a continuation from a prior presentation back in December 6th. Primarily, the reason for me coming back this go around was that there was an issue in connection with the submittal. Previously, it was a subdivision application, and pursuant to conversations that you had with staff and I believe the town attorney, it was asked that we resubmit this as a re-subdivision application. That's in fact what has happened in advance of this particular meeting. There's been no substantive change with regards to the map that was submitted the first go around. The only change this go around was certain changes to the declaration of covenants and restrictions, which were primarily made to address those comments that were provided by the Conservation Commission. And likewise, there was the addition of one particular additional provision related to the remaining developable parcel to address concerns and I would say a preference of my client to see that that remaining lot not be further subdivided and that it be just one dwelling unit on that particular parcel. And so that was a sole addition to that declaration of covenants and restrictions. Again, in addition to addressing all of the comments that were previously discussed back in December. Aside from that, no further changes, and I open it up for any questions or comments that the commission may have.
Okay, thank you. Just to run through you, first of all, thank you very much for fixing this. I had said to you that I was shocked that our subdivision regulations don't allow it to work as easily as one would hope. And I started working on changing that in our subdivision regulations, and hopefully we'll be able to take that to the RTM. Sadly, I got sidetracked and started changing all of the subdivision regulations. Sorry, Pat, because you just see something and you think, oh my goodness. So, but thank you very much for having rectified this. Some questions for you, sir. We are renaming it to open space, correct?
That's
An open
correct.
space parcel, okay. And you've seen the back and forth about the boulders and the separation of the demarcation boulders. Conservation had recommended 10 to 20 feet. Unless someone on the someone here can advise otherwise, I was just going to pick 15. Anybody
It's
have
usually,
thoughts?
I think we've done 10 feet. It's got
Okay.
to be a specific just to make sure that
Yeah,
this
so
is
pick a
open
number.
space and 10 feet. 10
You
feet's
like 10
good.
feet. Okay, so Mr. McRae votes for 10 feet. Hearing no objection, we'll stick with that. In addition, I just wanted to clarify the situation with the fences. You're able to remove all the wire fence. But in addition, there's a stockade fence that is encroaching, and you were going to talk to the encroaching neighbor, but you weren't sure how that was going to go. And we don't want to put you in a bind where you can't get the Mylar done or move forward. Patrick, were you able to think of any way of handling that, or should we just be silent on it?
I think we can put the note on the plan, Madam Chair. I think it would
Okay.
be instructive and not, it doesn't have anything to do with the conformance of the plan with any of the subdivision sections. So if the applicant doesn't have an issue adding it on or any reservations, I think we can put it in there to inform, the future property owners or whatever of the issue of the fence, and that nobody is claiming adverse possession at this time or any of that matter.
A quick question. This was probably already answered, but the stockade fence, it's encroaching on parcel A?
That's correct.
correct?
Yes. It's
Okay, thank
approaching
you.
on the open
Right.
space.
On the
No,
open
sorry.
space.
It should
Oh,
be,
it's on,
it's the open space parcel, not parcel A. It's going to be
not parcel, so it's parcel B, the open space that it's encroaching upon. Thank
correct.
you.
So, so we would put a note on the plan, on the Mylar, and you don't have any objection to that, Mr. Cesario. And I think everything else that you changed in the declaration, that there are no structures, that the invasive removal, and what the new vegetation would be and all of that, you've got all that language in there. So I believe that we would not have any further concerns to raise at this time. Does anybody on the commission have any other concerns that they wish to raise?
Mr. Cesario, is the stockade fence belong to your client or to a neighbor?
The
It
neighbor,
belongs to the neighbor.
the
okay.
neighbor. That's the issue. And that's why I was worried, Mr. McRae, yesterday about sometimes those things can get iffy when you start that conversation. Hopefully you'll have great luck, Mr. Cesario. So with that, any other comments from the commission? No. Any comments from the public? This application from One Binney Lane is basically to create open space out of a property and nothing else. Any comments? I know somebody was in town hall asking about it today, but I guess the person left comfortable. So I'm not seeing a hand up. If you have a comment on this application, please raise your hand. Okay, I heard someone in our department today talking about it, but I guess they're not. The only thing I was going to ask you, Mr. Cesario, assuming that we approve this, would you be able to provide Mr. LaRoe with the information on the owner and the creators of the open space? I was going to ask if the first selectman would send a thank you from the town if we do create this open space, just thanking the owners for doing that.
Yeah, no, there would be no issue with me providing that
Yeah,
information.
I don't know that you want to have a big proclamation done. I was thinking maybe we could just get a letter from the first selectman thanking them for creating a voluntary open space. We don't see it very often. So with that, seeing no comments from the public, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Thank you very much, Mr. Cesario.
Thank you.
Our next application is at 12 Griggs Street, and I'm going to wait for the attorney to come into the meeting. There he is. You beat me, Mr. LaRoe?
I was not that fast, Madam Chair. I think you were. Or
No.
it's probably my esteemed colleague.
Esteemed colleague, did you beat us? Well, he went away. Mr. Haslam? There he is. Okay, he's back. All right, there he comes.
It was neither of us, Madam Chair. I think.
There's nobody. He disappeared. He ghosted himself.
I tried. I think he took down his hand first.
I wasn't sure whether I was going to be made a participant or had to keep my hand up, so I was trying to.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
here I am.
hello,
Well,
Mr.
just
Haslam.
fine.
So before we go to this application, we wanted to ask you, are you okay with combining the two applications 4 and 5?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so these are two applications at 12 Griggs Street for a zoning map amendment to rezone a property 12 Griggs Street, and it would go from the CGB, Central Greenwich Business Zone, to convert it into an HO, into a historic overlay property. The second application is for the site plan and special permit at the same address. And we would then hear them together if you would proceed, Mr. Haslam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Good evening, Chip Haslam for the applicant. You may remember this from the pre-application, and we've also gone through a historic district commission who looked very favorably upon this application. I have to give a great deal of credit to Vanderhorn Architects and Chris Shields of the Historical Society, who really went back through the history of this property and documented what they thought was the original building, and were trying to return it to that condition and look, which I think they've done a great job at. So hopefully you're going to be very pleased with the result if an HO issues and you approve the site plan special permit. A couple issues came up in the briefing yesterday, which I wanted to be responsive to, and I sent Pat some additional information this morning that hopefully would help that discussion. I don't know if you can pull that up, Pat. It was just a few sheets that I culled out of the file, and I added a chart as well. The first was very simply the sewer acknowledgement letter, which we've sent in, so Pat has that now in the file. The second was there was some discussion about how the parking was going to work. You were okay with it. I think you were right to acknowledge the fact that the reason why it's configured really as it is we're trying to save those trees in the corner to the extent we could, because there's not a lot of vegetation back there adjoining the municipal lot. But as far as maneuverability is concerned, and Pat, can you pull up what I sent over this morning? It has the GIS map on that last exhibit. You can.
The topo?
Yeah, it gives a sense of. Unfortunately, the site plan cuts off at the property boundary, so you're not seeing what's next door. The blue is our property. To the west is the neighboring property, and as you can see, there's a common driveway that runs down the middle. That's a deeded shared driveway. So both properties have the right to use it. And as a practical matter, how it works is that you can do a K-turn out of either property by backing into the other property and then exiting out the driveway. So it actually works very well, and you don't have to back out the driveway. You can make that K-turn by using the rights under the shared driveway. So I think it as a practical matter, it does work, the parking configuration, and we are pleased to save those trees in the corner pursuant to this plan. The other issue you had was that if you go back one, Pat, so I have some photographs showing you concerns about the hedging height and the fence height. And I think what I understand was that you're looking for, first of all, for people to be able to see this beautiful new renovation. And secondly, to have some continuity with the rest of the streetscape. It was mentioned that a lot of these houses have been fixed up over the years. I think the only HO though is at 55 Arch at the end of the street, which surprised me, Mr. Macri. I thought we would have a lot more HOs on it too, but apparently people have been fixing them up nonetheless. We took some photos along the street and we created a chart too, showing the heights of the fences and the hedges. And for the most part, the hedges and fences are around 5 feet tall where there are those fences. This is a picture of 55 Arch, which is at the end of the street on the western side. The 55 Arch fence is 5 feet tall. The house adjoining it, as you can see, has very low growth. If you go easterly, Pat, please, up the street next to the prior photo. Well, that's across the street, 47 Arch, which you're familiar with, I think. But keep
I think
going.
you're looking at 18 or 14 or 15.
Yeah. So 14 Greg, that's a good one. Or this
14?
one too,
Okay.
15. But 14 Greg Street, the hedge on this is in the front is 5 feet tall. There's a fence on the side, which is 6 feet tall. And there's a hedge on the side, which is also 5 feet tall. We were trying to more or less mirror this look with the hedge height and the fence. It gives a nice view of the property, but it allows, in my client's case, to have a hedge and a fence because they have a dog too, and they'd like to keep the dog enclosed in the yard if possible. That's why they have got the fence and hedge. But rather than going, we're currently around 7.5 feet, the hedge of the fence, which really obscures the property. And rather than just staying at 6, we decided to bring it down to 5 to make it similar to this property. And then I think it was the next one, Pat, which you just had up a second ago. It's another example. Yes, 15 Greg. Again, that's 5 feet hedge in the front and 5 feet hedge in the side with the fence. Look again. And if you go next up the street, eastern side, 17 Greg, that's 5 feet of hedge in the front and on the side again. You can see on the side to the west, there's higher with the emerald green arborvitaes, but I believe that's on the apartment house adjacent to that. Keep going, Pat, if you could. That fence, this is the apartment house next door. That's a 6 foot high fence there, and the hedges, the bushes are obviously higher than 6 feet. And that's something we're trying to mimic. It was really more of the other two houses that I showed you. Next one, please, Pat. This one has low growth, but it does have a 6 foot high fence running to the, I guess that's the east in that particular picture. Yep. And again, you see the fence for 55 Arch, and you see some high hedges on the neighboring property to 28 Greg. Another one. I think that's almost it.
Mr. Haslam, may I ask
Yes.
a question? I think our concern, as you've articulated, was maybe didn't use these words, but if you're going to restore this structure, that the idea would be, the intention might be to have there be available sufficient showcasing of this house from the street. I don't know whether it's the grade is different or not, but some of these photos and I would appear as though this house is quite obscured, and I'm just wondering whether that knocking 2.5 feet off of the hedge in the front is going to do the trick. And is there going to be an opening? We showed a neighboring house where there was a gate in front and an opening, so anybody passing by got a full view of that house. So that's the one I was referring to. So it's very difficult from the photos we have for me anyway, to envision what this will look like. And granted, there's a tree in the front of the parcel, but will there be an opening? And obviously you must think that this is going to be sufficient, this 2.5 feet.
Yeah, so I think this is actually a very good shot here, 14 grid, because you see our property neighboring, and you see that Japanese maple, which by the way will be saved and shown on the landscape plan to respond to conservation. It's very overgrown in the front right now, as you noticed. We do have on the landscape plan a gate shown, just like with 14 Grigg Street. So you're entering in through the hedges like that. The look we're trying to accomplish is basically the look that you have here with 14 Grigg on the front. Unlike 14 Grigg, we have a public path which runs to the east of our property. It's fairly narrow, but it's very used, and it's often used for this. You can just see it as you get to Diane's books by the telephone pole there. There's a pathway that goes all the way back to the municipal lot. That's town property. And
so that creates another view of the house, correct?
Yes, to a certain extent, although you really can't see much from that when you're walking down the sidewalk of the house. And we'd like to keep the 6-foot fence that we showed on the landscape plan just on that side, because what we've also found is a lot of people smoke there, particularly people that work in the restaurants on Greenwich Avenue. And so we're trying to protect some privacy for this property and keep people from throwing cigarette butts, et cetera, on. So we'd like to keep the 6-foot shown there. We have 5 feet in the front with the hedge and the fence, which is equivalent to the neighboring property that you just looked at, and we think will afford a nice view of the house. If we had to bring it down to 4, we could probably do that, but we're hoping to keep it at 5, and 3 is way too low. It just doesn't really effectuate anything. It looks kind of silly, actually. And then again, we have 6 feet on the side going down the driveway. There is a topographical change. It does kind of, as you can see from the concrete wall to the side, it does go down towards the back. So it shouldn't really impact the view lines. If you're coming east up Grigg Street, you should be able to see the house quite well behind the maple. But again, if we had to lower that to 5 feet to get it in keeping with the front, if we're 5 feet at the front with the hedge and the fence, 5 feet going around the corner rather than 6, we could live with that. And I think that would show off the house nicely. I believe my clients are anxious to show what they're going to do. And I think Vanderhart Architects are too, to make it really kind of a wow on the street.
So, Mr.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
Mr. Hasland, so 6-foot fence at the alley.
Yes.
A 4-foot to 5-foot hedge on the street on the other 2 sides, driveway and street, with a fence for the pet on the inside. And is it possible to make that fence, at the same height or less than whatever the hedge is going to be?
Yes.
That way,
height of the fence not to exceed the hedge height when the hedge is grown in, basically.
okay, yeah. I'm looking at 14 Grigg, which is right next door from 10 years ago, 2012. Absolute mess. Whoever the property owner actually really went out of their way to actually restore it. So this actually being in concert with what's happening there, right? This seems to be like reclaiming this other building on a street that had been spent a lot of time and effort, the owners, to really kind of spruce the buildings up. So I think actually if you could actually get that hedge down to 4 feet with the fence inside for the pet, that would be great.
This is 5 feet that you're looking at right now. So I was hearing 4 to 5. Did I hear 4 to 5 going once?
No, we don't do that until we're voting. So, but I believe that nice try, Mr. Hasland, but I believe that we are all happy to, it was Mr. McRae, as you know, who caught this in the briefing yesterday and who had walked and looked at it and really wanted the really thought the town would benefit from a better view. So I, for one, would acquiesce to whatever his preference is.
4 feet.
4 feet. Nick,
Yes, 4 feet.
you good with that, Mr. Haslam?
So 6 feet on the easterly side where the alleyway is and 4 feet on the other two sides.
Correct.
Okay, from the grade.
Okay, that's
And
it.
if
Goes
that's-
to your privacy from the alley. That I can understand. Also, I guess there's a drop in grade at that point too, as well,
Yes,
for the retaining wall. So that'll give you a little bit of privacy and some safety. And then the interior fence for the pet, not to exceed whatever the height of the hedge would be.
okay.
Okay, I have a question. Conservation was talking about a maple tree at the southwest corner of the building. As I saw it, it was one of those wonderful weeds that kind of finds a place and takes off after many years. A maple tree. They were asking it to be replaced because I guess it's part of the plan to come down because the building's going to be on top of it. I don't believe there's any place that it could be replaced on the landscape plan. I don't know if your team has looked at that.
I think we were happy to keep that maple tree. We thought that was in decent shape and so did the HDC, but we can
This
certainly
is-
look at it.
Right, this is the way, it's the southwest corner of the building. If it's
Oh,
possible-
southwest, I'm sorry, southwest.
Right,
Uh,
it's not, yeah, and it's actually, it's right at the corner of the building. That's the kind of weird thing about this, is that it's growing in a,
Is
would
that
take-
on the landscaping plan, Mr. McRae, or is it on the site plan, you think?
I saw it being removed from the site plan, but it's not on the landscape plan.
No, I was confusing it with the Japanese maple in the front courtyard. No,
Right,
we have that to be removed and replaced with boxwood. We agreed that it's not a very good specimen and it's growing in a very funky fashion.
right. It's kind of a happy accident, too close to the
Yes.
building. It just kind of took off and nobody had the opportunity to cut it down when it,
I think that's true. And
okay.
we're gonna clean that up.
okay, but the other ones in the far corner are gonna stay.
In the
Okay.
southeast corner by the car parks, yes, we have existing
Right.
trees and the clients wanted to maintain those.
Okay.
So a question. Is there an assumption that a request for a 4-foot hedge continue in perpetuity? I mean, what hedges grow. So how is that handled by the commission? Anybody?
Well, you hope that they're going to keep it trimmed.
So it's a Hopi feely kind of thing. Yeah, I got it.
I mean, you want to send the ZEO out after 4 years and because you noticed it, yes. You can get zoning enforcement. It's going to be, Mr. McRae is going to make sure it's in the motion, that it's 4 feet and we'll be able to enforce it because that has been a condition of the HO and the site plan, but you can.
Got it. I understand.
Okay.
I should also state that
Mis-
I did get us on the agenda for HTC tomorrow night because they wanted to see how we were going to resolve the hedge fence issue. And I indicated that you had already opined on it, but that we would report back to them about what you felt. And they were talking about the 4-foot range as well the last time we saw them. So
And you
HO will be another set
withheld
of
that.
eyes.
You
Great minds,
withheld
I
that.
guess.
You
No, that's
withheld
just-
that until Mr. Lowe prevailed with the 4 feet. Okay, so
And
if they-
incidentally, I would like to just to mention that the word range need not be used here. It's 4 feet. There's no range of 4-foot range. I don't know what that means. And I'm chiding you a little bit, Mr. Haslam, but we're talking about 4 feet, not a range upward of that.
No, and I brought up the HTC just because that's another set of eyes as well. Because obviously they're going to have prerogative over this property in the future. So that's one more set of eyes to keep things the way they are. So noted.
Good.
Mr. Haslam, I was just curious. It seemed like you were trying to get 5 feet. So was there a privacy issue? Was there a preference to have it higher?
It was both. I mean, my clients were hoping, and again, Dave Milliken from Vanderhorn Architects went out and measured the hedges before we even came up with the landscape plan in the neighborhood to try to get continuity. And that's when we noticed that the other two properties that we were trying to kind of mirror had hedges at 5 feet and fences at 5 feet. So that's where we arrived at that as being reasonable.
I see. Because I appreciate how, the street has some commercial traffic on it and it's a tight property and you're right up against a commercial building but if you're okay with the 4 feet, I guess that's what we're gonna do.
It's not for me to
Okay.
decide.
Okay, so the other thing is if HDC disagrees with us for any reason, I would
Oops,
like.
how do
to-
we do that? Well,
Yeah, exactly.
Well, their letter said, if it's in your packet, but basically after we got approval from you to come back to them and talk about
Yeah.
the hedge. So it was kind of like, well, which do I do first? And so
Okay.
I've been in touch with Ann Young and they were looking for us to reduce the size of the hedge. And I think that if I
Yeah,
go back.
I
and
think
tell them
everybody wants to see what you've done and that
Right,
it's
that
pretty
you-
and makes, yeah,
that you condition the approval on whatever the height you're gonna do it, I think
Yeah.
that's gonna satisfy HTC. It was just a courtesy comeback as far as I
Okay.
understood it.
all right, so that's good. So we'll leave it at 4 feet. The only question is if your client is satisfied with the 4 feet, a springy animal, I suppose, could easily clear 4 feet. But let's hopefully they'll be satisfied. Any other comments from the commission?
I would just actually like to say to your design team, Mr. Haslam. Actually, the presentation of the drawings, the befores and after was very clear.
Mm-hmm.
Like to let them know I appreciated that immensely because then you could see what they were doing specifically from existing to proposed.
Thank you. I thought
what-
Van Horn did a great job. And again, a nod to Chris Shields as well as the Historic Society.
One more comment. There, I think it was in the staff report that there was the question raised if you would consider placking the building.
Sure, I'll.
I
let
mean,
my
what
clients know that'd
we'll
be a
do is
possibility.
we can just suggest it.
Yeah,
We wouldn't, obviously require it or anything like that, but if you wanted to do it, it would be,
There's no
You-
objection from the commission, Madam Chair, is what you're saying.
yeah, we would just say, if you wanted to go ahead and plaque it, it seems like a nice idea. No, it's more than no objection that we would support it.
thank you.
Okay, I don't have anything else.
I
Does
just,
any,
I'd just like to add, it was brought up at the meeting, I think Mr. McRae might have brought it up as well, that there may have been other HOs on the street.
Mhm.
55 Arch Street is an HO,
Right.
24, I'm sorry, yeah, 55 Arch is 24 Grigg. It was not an HO, but it had the triple asterisk in 6205 that allows buildings of a certain age and character to be granted an additional floor area, which was the old regulation prior to 2010. That site applied under that section. So it was historically significant and received the excess or the incremental floor area because of that, but it was done under a different process and not under the overlay zone. So I just wanted to let the commission know that there are other sites here that have been through the till here and acknowledged.
and I actually wanted to mention one other thing just to get it on the record. The parking, you touched on it, but we didn't really discuss it. 6109 allows us to change the requirements based on doing the HO, and your site is underparked by staff's staff calculates that you would require 10.5 parking spaces and you have 4, and that the commission has considered the value of the HO and believes that as we looked at it, that we believe that this is an important consideration and that you have that the way you've laid out the site plan, you have 2 offices and 1 reception area. So you will typically have 3 people working in the building. Now you have 2 conference rooms, but you have typically 3 people working full-time in the building plus 1 person or whatever, whoever is occupying the residential, and that would be your use. So normally on a normal day, you would be requiring 3 spaces plus the 4th for the residential. So that the only time that you would not meet your parking would be when you were holding meetings. And the commission is considering the value of the historic overlay as it determines this issue. I just wanted to put that there in case, you ever wanted to look it up.
Yes, thank you. It's actually really the only incentive that we're asking the commission to make use of, other than a very small square footage increase.
Right.
Which just keeps us well below the FAR. And plus, of course, we're very close to the train station, which is a huge benefit for this property too. So.
And you're near a bus line.
And near bus line, and there's a municipal lot right behind us too. So
Right.
all those
And
things.
there is parking available, although we have definitely are getting input that the lower part of the avenue is very, very tight for parking right now, but it's a mixed bag because the avenue has been very successful the last year or so. But we know that the parking is tight. I'm going to turn to the public now. If anyone from the public has any comments, and I see that many of you are on the phone now, to raise your hand, it's *9. And then when you're ready to unmute, it's *6. But if you wish to comment on 12 Grigg Street's HO historical overlay to preserve the building, *9 to raise your hand. No comments from the public. Okay, all right. With that, does anybody on the commission object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objections, this application is hereby closed.
Thank you.
And Mr. Basili,
Yes, hello.
how would you like to go home?
I'll do that. Thanks. I was
You
I
were
was
hoping that,
for 11 o'clock, but okay.
yeah, right. As a matter of fact, Patrick and I made a bet earlier today, and I may be on my way to losing it, which is okay.
Yeah, that is a reverse jinx, Madam Chair. You can't apply that to this.
I'm losing it. So, Mr. Basili, thank you for your assistance. Mr. Basili is our court reporter. And with that, folks, we're going to move to the discussion items. Our first discussion item is Pareto LLC for a pre-application review for an application to construct 220 units of it's going to be an 830G application for affordable housing at 200 Pemberwick Avenue which is at the intersection of Comley. It's 0 Comley and 200 Pemberwick. And with that, I believe Mr. Carrier is representing. Mr. Carrier, if you would unmute and turn on your vid if you get a chance.
And Madam Chair, I might just mention that I'm going to be recusing from this event, this application.
That was really funny. I didn't even know you were in the meeting already.
I sneak up on you frequently that way.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Barilak is recusing because he has had discussions with the applicant from his wearing his hat on the Affordable Housing Trust, and so he will be recusing. Mr. Carrier, if you would go ahead.
Sure. Want to thank you for the opportunity and first make sure that my audio is working. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to have us here today in the pre-application. We're really looking forward to learning how we can best tailor this proposal to meet the town's needs and still create a viable multifamily development on this site. I don't know if you want me to go through the application as an overview.
What does the commission want? We spent a lot of time on it yesterday. I think most of the people in the public have seen it. Do you guys want to see the overview now? What's your preference?
Probably not necessary.
Nick?
I think if we could do just a 3,000 foot, quick, just so everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, I think what was working well for us yesterday is to just see what it looked like, is for everybody to see what the proposal is going to look like and what the siting is like.
I can start just with the 35,000 foot narrative. We have 2 parcels that are separated by the Byram River. The 2-story office building and fitness center is on a 2-acre parcel on the east side. fronting Pemberwick Road. And on the west side of the river is a 3.5 acre parking lot with some conservation land in the back. The office building is zoned GBO, general business, and the parking lot is primarily local business with some residential R7 up on the hill that we're intending to retain as conservation land. The proposal is to leave the existing office tenants in place, do a 2-phase development. So we'd start with the parking lot. We'll do an excavation there. We're not encroaching upon the river. We'll have hay bales and silt fences and such to make sure we're staying back away from that berm that both the Army Corps and the DEP have recognized as a barrier for the flooding. The site that we're building on the parking lot is Zone X. It's in the 500-year floodplain. Our intent is to go down 1.5 levels of excavation to put in a 2-story parking garage. The upper area of that would be exposed, and build a 4 to 6-story multifamily building on top of that. The total unit count is 175 units. We are looking to work within the 830G program assisted housing provision, which would allow us to do a somewhat modified, more of a working family type income than the 60 and 80% of area of state median income. So we're looking to primarily meet 80% of area median income to give people a feeling for what that is. A 1-bedroom would be about $2,500 instead of a $3,500 market rate apartment. A 2-bedroom would be approximately, what's the right numbers here? 3,000, whereas a market rate 2-bedroom is listed at 5,000, and the 3 bedrooms with the affordable component is 3,600, whereas the market rate we believe would be closer to 8,500. So that's just kind of a big picture of the parking lot side. After the leases expire for the office tenants, we're looking to convert the office building to 30 apartments. Those would also be part of the 830G assisted housing program. And in the rear, the north part of the property by the waterfall, there's an existing fitness center. We're looking to convert that to it's a 4-story townhouse style living with 15 additional units. And that totals out at 220 units. The parking garage will accommodate 440. It's a 2-to-1 parking. We have been listening to the community and the meetings and the public officials regarding EV parking. We don't have control yet of the dam, but to the extent we are negotiating with the current property owners, we'd like to be able to create a situation where we can create hydroelectric power from the dam that would power electrical vehicles on site for the residents. And that's kind of the big picture. Back in 2018, this site plan did go through architectural review and landscape. We're not deviating from the footprint of the building. We're merely enhancing the project to be able to accommodate an affordable component.
There was, I don't recall, was there, what was the number of, what was proposed for the parking lot in 2018?
In 2018, it would have been, it was only 1 level, half below grade. I think the total parking count would have been about 180 cars.
So for the empty parking lot across the street, across the river.
The empty parking lot as it stands today is 154 spots. That's what it's striped for. In 2018, when they proposed a 2-story development there, I believe they increased that to 188 parking spots.
Yeah, so we're just saying,
proposing
my
430.
question was the way you phrased it. It sounded as if you're proposing the same density of development as in 2018, but that wasn't what you meant, correct?
No, the same footprint above grade. Below grade, we're actually expanding, so the parking garage will be larger than the building footprints. We are expanding underground, but the building footprint, what's visible, would be the same as architectural review as far as the footprint. The height obviously has been changed to accommodate moderate income affordable housing.
Mhm.
So it's a much larger structure. I think we're at total 313,000 square feet of building, residential building gross, and the old proposal, I believe, is about 150,000.
Okay.
So that's a 35,000 foot kind of view of where we are in the development and what we're looking to advance here.
Okay, normally what we do with a pre-application is we give you some overall guidance and we cover some what our main concerns are. I'd like to do this in two pieces. I'd like to ask the commission to do that now. Just generally what their responses are. And then what I'd like to do is, I know you've heard from members of the public last week, however, the commission did not hear that discussion because we could not. And I'd like to hear from the public, and then after they've spoken, give you what our wrap up is on concerns that have been raised that rise to what is contained in the 830G statute. And I will remind the public at the time before they speak of what their constraints are. I believe Mr. Yeski, did you want to go first, sir?
Sure, I'll go first. We're talking about concerns, right? That's the focus.
Yep, 830G, it's an 830G. As you look at this, what are the topics that you would raise that you would, when it comes back to us with a full application, that you would want to have addressed?
Well, again, there's probably been discussion on this, but the first issue is obviously sewers. This is on a sewer boundary. It's in the sewer boundary, right?
Mhm.
Can I have an interaction with him? Is that
Yes, of course you can.
I just muted because I didn't know if you wanted me to respond, but I'll
Yes. Mr.
absolutely
Yeski is
answer
going to ask you questions, as will the other commissioners as they come up. Go ahead, sir.
Of course.
Now, I was asking, this is in the sewer boundary for the town, right? The
Yes.
existing building?
Yes.
And have you had any discussions with them about the new building or the old building if it be converted at the same time? Or is this the first time you're bringing this up to the town?
This is the first time I'm bringing it up in this context. We had met last week to go over and look at, there's an 8-inch pipe currently on the site that there's an easement across. We're not encroaching on that easement. There's an 18-inch line on Comley, which we'll very likely tie into, but we don't have that full consulting work done yet. As a backup, we looked at an on-site sewer treatment plant, which we think we could accommodate if there's going to be a overcapacity issue with the city or the town. But right now it looks like these units and the plumbing fixtures and the number of people will fit within the current flow capacity of the system.
So you have looked at that. You've looked at the current,
yes,
the current flows on the property from the existing use, the office and the fitness center?
Yes.
And the school.
And the school. Okay.
And then we looked at it with the school at full capacity.
That's very interesting. Well, full capacity, right? Maybe that is where the flows go up. The building that's there now, when I drive by it, it looks like it was renovated. Is that the 2018 renovation?
2018 was merely internal renovations. The original building, I think, was built over 100 years ago. Yes, there have been a number of recladding of the building and renovations.
Yeah, it looks like there's new windows in there. I was just curious what else was done to renovate that building, as far as you know.
I don't have that information. The windows are at least, I think, 20 years old. I haven't seen any recent reports of work. We are doing new roofs and HVAC equipment currently for the tenants.
And you mentioned you're going to go below ground for parking. That's got to be all rock there. Have you tested it? Do you know anything about that, the subsurface right there?
Yeah, we've done soil borings down to 24 feet. We have a pretty good idea of where we hit bedrock, what the soil conditions are. The former use was simply a single family residence that was removed for parking, I believe, in the 80s. And we believe we'll have a fair amount of success in being able to remove enough material to accommodate the parking.
Do you think it's soil there, right? Is that what you're saying?
There's soil, it undulates as you get closer to the river. It goes down to almost 30 feet. Further back along the back, I mean, we hit rock as quick as I think it was 9 feet below surface.
Yeah, yeah.
There will be
That's a
some
pretty-
rock that needs to be removed.
Yeah, that's a pretty big steep decline into the Byram River. I bet there's a lot of rock there. I'm just curious because we've had other projects where the intent was to build parking below grade, but they ran immediately into rock and it gets very expensive and that changes the economics of the project. Just curious.
Also, Mr. Yeski, we've run into projects that haven't been able to do their parking below grade because of high water table. So we have both of those have happened to us, and this can be an issue with this application that they would not be able to do that. So you're raising a very good issue of whether or not the sites themselves would lend themselves to the improvements that are being proposed.
Yeah, there's just a lot of construction issues here. That's it for now.
I wanted to ask a follow-up question really fast on what Mr. Yeski was asking you about the flood zone. I see you, Mr. Lowe, and I'll go to you, sorry. The front mill building is in the flood zone. You are going to convert that office space to apartments.
That is the current plan, yes.
When you convert that office space to apartments, you will do more than a 50% value improvement, would be my guess. At that
Yes.
point, you would have to bring that building into FEMA compliance. So are you planning on having that front building, the lower floor of that front building not be inhabited?
Right now, we're still analyzing that. We believe we can add 1 foot of height elevation to the floor and raise it up out of the AE flood zone.
Are you actually, I'm looking at your elevation that 1 foot does not seem to be enough to give you the freeboard that you would need on that front building.
Those are the consultant reports that I had inherited when I stepped into the project. To the extent that's not viable, we may consider using that building for amenity space.
Or office only, or retaining it as office potentially?
Potentially, but I think it works well for amenity space. If we had the flexibility of using commercial, there may be some other uses, but I'm trying to stay within the spirit of the 830G and not add uses beyond residential.
As you know, our ruling has been only that you can do commercial in the 830G as long as it complies with the zoning regulations.
Okay.
As long as you're within the zoning, because 830G only applies to your residential uses. So your commercial would have to comply with the zoning regulations. And there's some case law on that we cited in a decision that we made in that regard on Hamilton Avenue. So that would be the restriction. But the concern is that once you're at the 50% improvement, which I believe you would be on that front building, you're going to have to raise that building if you don't have enough space internally. And even then, I'm not sure how you raise the inside. But you're going to have to get the sign off to do that. Okay, Mr. Lowe, you had a question.
Yeah, I wondered if you'd be willing to discuss what concerns that you've anticipated that you might have concerning health hazards and health issues, and how you would go about addressing them.
The health and safety issues that we've primarily been focused on are fire and life safety. We have to reinforce the parking garage so that the fire trucks can park on that portion of the site that has underground parking but no buildings. The plan that we have, the site plan I'm working with, had excavated far enough away from the building for the fire equipment to be able to traverse around the building. To the extent we could bring the trucks into the courtyard, and I'm just speaking openly, like we're looking at development ideas, and we could reduce the impact, we would look at that, but it will be done, in conjunction with the local authorities. Regarding traffic, we have some concerns on the intersection at Pembroke and Comley. We do have, I think, the ability to work with the town to create a more gradual turn, but there's some trade-offs that may create a situation where people come around the corner faster. So we want to make sure we get that balance. We do have a traffic consultant engaged that's helping us work with that.
But are you by that statement, are you acknowledging that there are potential health hazards associated with the traffic issue?
We haven't seen anything that creates a health hazard. We're being very conscientious. We're looking at view corridors. We may have to recommend moving the access, the current parking lot access, away from Pemberwick to give people more time. But right now, there's nothing that indicates it would be a safety issue. We've been very careful to make sure we're not contributing or adding to any of the groundwater runoff into the river. The flooding has been a major concern for the neighborhood. We're looking
Well,
at
and also,
using,
I'm sorry, Mr. Carrier, also for us, if you look at the last decision that we made on this property, we very specifically asked the applicant to have the Cedar School to formulate and submit an evacuation plan for the students in case of a flood. So it isn't just the neighbors, it is also us, that we are very concerned that this has been a flood zone historically and that it continues to increase. Go ahead, you were asking Mr. Lowe's. You were answering Mr. Lowe.
but let me address that. So yeah,
Go
the
ahead and
far
finish with
western-
Mr. Lowe, but I'm just saying it's not just,
sorry.
it's not just the neighbors.
Okay.
Go ahead. Mr. Lowe.
No, I'll cede to somebody else. And if you've exhausted your consideration of potential health risks.
We believe that we're not creating more of a flooding or water hazard. We're not contributing to any environmental contamination. Our traffic with the plan coming through off of Comley, we believe can work well. We would look forward to working with the town to the extent there's some things we could help facilitate with pedestrian access to Pemberwick Park, either through some type of cross at Pemberwick, or I think there was formerly a bridge 2 blocks down through the neighborhood. But we're not suggesting anything, but we would be very open to working with the town because I think that's a wonderful resource. And we're also looking at opening the conservation land in the back of this site up to the public for access as well.
Aren't they open? There's a path that runs through there. Isn't it open to the public now?
There is a path, but it's not inviting. It's
But
not
it
something
exists.
that-
It has, as I recall, that is public access now. You would be maintaining the public access, right?
we're trying to enhance it. But yes, we're not taking anything
Okay.
away. We're trying to make it more
Gotcha. Okay.
usable.
One
Speaking of,
la-
go ahead.
One last thing. To what extent and have you incorporated projected weather conditions that seem to be developing, according to some anyway, and to the extent there is that there are so-called 50, 100, whatever year conditions along impacting this river. Can you comment on how you're dealing with such concerns?
Absolutely. We're very focused on resiliency. We've raised the floor of the building, I think about 6 feet above grade where it is currently. So even though we're not in the AZ, we're in the X zone, the 500 year, we still want to be above that. We're looking to create the parking garage to have an entrance at the western edge where the land slopes up and the road slopes up, so we don't have water coming flooding into the parking garage. In past projects, I have done basement garage parking in wetlands where or not wetlands, but low water tables where you have to literally put in rock anchors. You tie the garage down to the bedrock below. But we are looking at all those issues, and we believe we'll be able to make it a viable project.
And Mr. Carrier, you found some evidence of contamination on the site in your first investigation?
There's been a number of investigations and remedial actions that have taken place on the site since the 1980s.
Mhm.
The only remaining contamination that we're aware of is in the southeast corner of the site, right by the Comley and Pemberwick entrance, where some of the volatile organics, the metal cleaning products had seeped in the ground underneath the building. And it wasn't economically viable to remove those. but I believe we can work with aeration of the soil and filtration of the product. That I've done successfully before in residential areas that's able to remove that over time.
So you would not remove the soils?
The soils, the impacted soils that can be reached have been removed. The
Okay.
soils that are underneath the corner of the building, they're encapsulated, but I would
Okay.
like to have that removed as a concern.
Okay, all right, okay. Anyone else, questions, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Carrier, just a couple of quick questions. Are you counsel for the property owners of the two parcels, or are you the contractor, contract developer?
Contract developer.
Okay, great. So I saw you have the authorization from the contract, from the property owners. You were talking about actually the flood zones. As I see it from the FEMA maps, the east side properties, parcel 1 is completely in the AE at elevation about 39. But you keep telling us that other properties in the X, it seems that there's a portion of it actually in the AE zone. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Nick.
Yes, the southeast corner of the parking lot is in the AE zone, and we don't have any building footprint in that location.
But the
Is the
front, but
garage
the front,
is-
that front building is also, the front building is also on the other side of the river.
The other parcel 1 along Pemberwick is entirely within the AE zone, yes.
There
Right.
you go.
But the garage would be actually below the AE elevation on the west side, correct?
Yes,
The bottom of the garage, yes, it'd be about 24 feet into it, I believe.
24 feet below the existing grade or 24 feet below the elevation, flood elevation?
Below the building, which -6 would be 18 feet below the current surface of the asphalt.
18 feet, okay. Now you had mentioned the dam. Who currently owns the dam?
My understanding and reading of the title documents indicates that it's 50% owned by the homeowners association of the Greenwich Hills Association, and it's 50% owned actually upriver by the condo association for the units up by the mill.
Oh, okay. So the property owners of parcel 1 and parcel 2 will have nothing to do with the dams. That's what I'm hearing.
Not that I've been able to find. We would like to have a role in it, and to the extent that we can make it viable and maybe offload some of the liability to those entities in exchange for being able to generate hydropower. Obviously, we want to have them comply with the regulations and get a structural analysis done so we know what we're stepping into, but we would like to, if possible and feasible, step into that.
Okay. Do you know the status of the dam itself currently? In any of the information that was provided to you?
Only the public information. I think last time there was a thorough analysis around 2012.
2012. Okay.
That was the last report I've seen.
Okay, great. And it's my understanding, actually, you've been in discussions with the trust fund, housing trust fund.
Yes.
Okay, and as the result of that, I guess the discussion was that originally the project was 386 units,
386.
and that was
386.
actually was that on both sides of the river, east and west?
That was total. That was building out at 6 floors over the existing office building along the river. It was a different configuration.
Okay, and now I guess the discussion has been brought down to 220. The units that were they removed from the east side or the west side?
The east side. So the Pemberwick side has been brought down from 6 floors to merely a renovation of the existing structure. The building along the Byram River on the parcel 2 in the parking lot has been lowered to 4 floors from 6. And where it seemed most appropriate as the elevation of the property goes up fairly dramatically. We've left the bulk of the building.
As long as Mr. Macro is asking you this, in what we have from you already, you haven't broken down the number. I couldn't find the number of units. I think that's one of the things Mr. Macro is asking you per building. So in the mill buildings, as we would call them on Pemberwick, how many total units will you convert that office space to?
The office space will be converted to 30 units.
Okay, so the office space goes to 30 units and it's approximately, maybe Patrick remembers as well, but it's how many square feet right now? Nick may have that too.
Approximately 45,000 square feet.
45,000 feet. So in those two buildings that are office and where the Cedar School is, whom I assume will be moving out?
They're welcome, but they're a great tenant. We'd love to help incubate them as they grow, but they I think have 7 years left on the lease, and we'll work with them as time progresses.
So you would not do that conversion in those two front buildings until they're gone?
Yes, the plan is to do a phased development where we would start with the parking lot.
Okay,
We
you
would also
start with
work
the parking lot. And how many units in total in the parking lot structure?
175.
So the bulk of your units is in that 170, is in that parking lot?
Correct.
Okay. And then in that storage building that's behind the stucco, the concrete structure, how many units are you putting in there? I'm
15.
17. Okay, I just did my math and got there. Okay, so those
Can I-
are fair. Go ahead.
No, just a
Nick was
quick-
actually still asking, but go ahead. I
A
interrupted Nick.
quick clarification, because
And then it's Peter.
I thought I heard you say that it was a 6-story building, but you're now
Originally.
saying it's a 4?
4.
It's 2 stories as existing on Pemberwick. When you go across the river, it'll be 4
Right.
stories. And then in the very back of the property will be 6 stories.
On Pemberwick. So, you know.
No, not in
there's-
Pemberwick, off the furthest structure
Pemberwick.
away from Pemberwick, back towards Greenwich Hills, towards where the hill is there. That's where
Okay.
the 6 stories will be.
That's that's the west side, going up
Yes.
the hill, up Conley
Okay,
Avenue. So
right.
that's 6 stories. The office building is not to be raised. That's, your units are all encompassed inside the existing height of the building.
Correct.
And then the back building would actually have an existing first and then 2 floors above that.
That would
Well-
actually be, I'm sorry, that building would be 4 stories as
4
currently
stories. Okay,
configured.
thank you.
At
So
the waterfall.
the building, the building that's right by the waterfall.
Yes.
y-
6,
You're gonna
4 stories.
use, you're gonna go 4 stories in total, but the bottom story has to be vacant.
We're still working it out. We may raise the building up wherever our elevation needs to be to have habitable space. I
That-
don't have the plans. I know the plans were
Stucco
submitted, like,
stone building you're thinking of raising?
not raising as in tearing down, but
No,
the
raising as
bottom.
in lifting. You're thinking
No,
you
we're
can
not-
lift?
No, we're not going to move that structure. We're going to have the base, the floor of the first floor apartment above the floodplain.
No, but
Bianca,
would the
could you put the
result be
elevations up?
a higher
Yeah,
building? or not?
we have it drawn in.
Yeah, okay. All right, so 4 stories in that, in what's that? Thank you, Bianca, thank you very much. All right,
That's the parking lot.
this is the parking lot building, 175, right?
Correct.
There, but go back. Okay, no, there's a close-up of the storage building.
Yeah, sorry, it's going too fast. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. It's why I hate doing the screen shares. Nick, I interrupted you and then Peter Lowe stepped on me. So if you want to go back to asking questions, it's still your turn and then it's Peter and then we go to Arn.
Okay, I guess as I was seeing it, the zoning location surveys from 2016. I think actually one of the things that I would appreciate is actually having a current updated ZLS with the flood zones and the elevations indicated. Because I think we're actually talking about a lot of things in terms of flood zone and where things are and that kind of stuff, but we're kind of unsure. The FEMA maps indicate some information, but it's not very exact. I think that would be actually critical for our review as we go forward.
All right,
Mr.
so-
Macra, I believe the first floor elevations or the lowest floor elevations of the southmost buildings are also not on those surveys. So I too would also appreciate knowing the lowest floor, first floor, so that we're all looking at the elevations at the current status.
Right.
And
Certainly.
then back to Mr. McRae's point. So this building, and when I walked the site, I didn't hang over that fence, but this building, it has ample indication that the water comes up the sides. So your flood zone may be, it may be basically at the flood zone. I don't know what elevation this is at, but if you look at it, it's got water, it's had water issues.
Well,
Right?
the building was designed to be,
To
part
be
of the
flooded.
embankment.
Okay.
Not to be flooded. Even when they had the
Yeah.
serious floods, we didn't get water inside the building.
Oh,
Other
that's
than
interesting.
there was a drain. Yeah, the only water issue inside of a building was the furthest south along at Comley. And it
Yeah,
wasn't
we've-
standing water, it was literally 2 inches.
Yeah, we've had people submit videos that the commission has received on the flooding. Okay, Mr. McRae, go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Carrier, actually looking at this particular rendering, this building will be 4 stories from the existing first floor, second floor, third, and then fourth. So the 2 or 3 above that are brand new, and you're keeping the gable ends. But it's your intention actually to raise the first floor if needed, so it could be occupied. Would that actually now, in a sense, actually raise the whole building as designed? Or would you just
No,
raise the
this-
first floor?
This building as designed has the floor of the first floor apartment out of the flood zone. I'll get those elevations to you.
Okay.
Okay, so what would actually be in the first floor then?
It will be
The at-grade
residential. I
flo-
mean,
If you would, the at-grade floor.
I haven't gone through this building in that much detail to understand, but
Okay.
this is preliminary, but I will get you an answer what's
And
in there.
in your phasing, this would be the second one?
Yes,
Okay, so this is number 2, the other one is number 1, and the office, which is would be the 30 units would come at the end.
correct.
Okay, next question. Okay, go ahead.
One more. Ms. Dygert, can you zoom in the upper rendering on the left-hand side to show the embankment behind the building? Yeah, Mr. Carrier, that retaining wall, is that part of the property or is that part of the town? Who owns that retaining wall?
That is part of the property.
Okay. Is that on your list of things to address and rebuild if required?
We'll certainly do a structural survey before we look for a building permit on the structure. Yeah, it needs to be capable and with, within code.
Mr. Mecker, I'm going to jump in again.
Yeah,
And
go ahead.
You've had conversations with wetlands about this?
Briefly last week.
Okay, because today that building would not be legal.
Correct. I'm not conceding anything. Yes, that is not a building that would meet current code requirements.
It's not code, sir. It's wetlands, which is it isn't, I'm not saying building code. I'm just saying wetlands would not ever, you would never get approval of a building this close to the river today.
I believe you're correct.
Now, what I'm wondering is, I believe all the issues we're raising, and we're raising a lot of stuff for you, and I know you've heard it from lots of people, but the first issue is going to be you're doing a significant improvement, large amount of work by the river on both sides. Even with your first project, you're very close to the river. What's your distance from the river on the first project?
The building foundation from the embankment or from the river, the actual water flow is about, I think, 50 feet, and
Okay.
from
All right,
the
so
berm is about 30 feet.
So I assume that you've got experience working with how close you can be to wetlands and where you can have intrusion. This building, I believe that you should go to them with the whole project, even though you're only doing the first phase because you're talking about a project that's probably going to go over 10 years right now.
Again, I don't know. I don't want to project.
Well, just saying
the tendencies,
roughly.
but it could. Yes.
I mean, I'm just extrapolating that if I were your tenant for the next 7 years, you can't get rid of me if I don't want to move. So you're not going to be able to start construction in there for 7 years, for example. So assuming that, and you start in the parking lot, but you would still makes sense for you to talk to wetlands about all of the structures.
Right, and
what the
we would like to
impact-
do this, we would like to do this building by the waterfall very soon after starting the parking lot. That's not a large drag.
Right. So you would talk to wetlands about this. I can also, two things that I'm sure you're aware of as you've done this work. One of them is that after Katrina, there has been a huge amount of concern about doing affordable housing where people could be flooded. And that has not been codified in the state of Connecticut, but it was a concern. It may have abated to some extent, but it is there. And the second one is that the state is very concerned about riverine and reducing impervious near rivers. And in fact, Greenwich signed up. We didn't get selected, but we signed up for a study because of the flooding on the Byram River. We wanted to participate in a study of what could be done to ameliorate this. Patrick, it may be something well worth you talking to Westcog about. Nick, I'm sorry, I've interrupted you about 10 times.
Yeah,
Were you
that's okay.
question?
I have one real quick one. Ms. Dygert, if you can bring up, I think it's page 45 of the individual agenda. Would be a couple of pages down from this. Yeah, that's it. Mr. Carey, I want to make sure I understand this. In the upper section, I see the building height, and is that the garage below, or is that the first floor? Is that an at-grade garage? And there's one more below that, correct?
Correct. There's one more below that. You're basically standing at the deli, looking across Conley for that.
Okay, so, and I have the 6 stories there. And then the elevation or the section below is the same thing. The deli is building D, I guess, Conley with where the tree is, and then the 6 stories
Correct.
of the building, but the garage below isn't shown. Okay, so the first floor actually is up.
The first is the garage, right?
Yeah, well, the first habitable floor is above the first floor, which is a garage. The at-grade floor. Okay. Okay, because I want to kind of get a sense of size of the building itself and its relationship. And I think actually the section above gives a really good relationship of the bridge, the Pembroke side, east side, and the river, and I guess someday we'll see the garage below. So Thank you, Mr. Carey, for answering the questions.
Sure, and part of the resiliency is we wanted to make sure that, the residences are not going to be impacted by the 1,000-year flood, not just the 100 or 500-year flood.
See, I think it's the residences, but then I have 2 levels of parking with lots of cars in them that would be affected no matter what. I mean, even possibly in a stiff rain coming down the slope. Ms. Dygert, if you can move out a little bit on this section, coming from the upper slope, coming down the site. Who knows what's going to happen, and water's going to seek that lower level, and it's just going to pool in your basement.
We believe we'll be able to handle that. We're actually looking at using the rainwater and runoff for irrigation of the conservation land, but we're going to try to reuse that as much as possible. And to address the earlier comment about the impervious surface, we're also looking at pervious pavers to replace the asphalt along Pembroke, so we can make that, I think, more accommodating to reduce the runoff as well. There's a number of things that we're looking forward to introducing here to help mitigate and not contribute to additional runoff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Certainly.
Mr. Wells, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Macri's questions regarding the dam. Mr. Carey, do you know what the original purpose of the dam was? It to run the mill, or is it to create a lake behind it for aesthetic reasons?
I don't know for certain. I don't know the timing. I saw the mill, the dam appears to be built in the late 1800s, which would predate the nut and bolt factory, but there's also apparatus built into that I believe there was hydropower used in the production of the mill. So it would make sense that dam was constructed in conjunction with the mill.
Okay, thank you. Are all the current dam owners, are they upstream from the dam or some downstream? Do they have skin in the game, in other words?
They would not be impacted by a failure of the dam, is my understanding.
Okay. Then I guess number 3 would be, third question would be, I think, to help people get more comfortable with the structural integrity of the dam, we'd want to look for a updated evaluation by an engineering firm, basically certifying that the dam could withstand a 500-year storm. I don't know on any other way to ameliorate some of the considerations or concerns about it. And then lastly, to your knowledge, did the Zone X flood, your property in Zone X, did that flood during Ida, or did the berm keep the water away from you?
We didn't have river water breaching. We did have a lot of rainwater in Ida. Ida was primarily a rain event. There was a drain in the parking lot, the southwest corner of the parking lot, that filled up, and that caused some backup of the water on the parking lot. But it was literally a drainage issue and a maintenance issue.
Okay, on your property and all over the rest of town,
And
the
very
rain
much
became
so.
a river.
Yeah, the water coming down from the Pembroke Park area was catastrophic.
Great. Thank you very much.
So,
Mr. LaRoe, I bet you want to clarify the issue with the dam. Go ahead, you're muted.
That's one
Okay.
thing, Madam Chair, but I also, I don't know if all the commissioners gone, so I don't want to jump anybody's turn.
No, it's all right. We'll
Okay.
just charge you later.
Thank you. I just want to let the commission know, and Mr. Camillo, our first selectman, noted this at the District 9 meeting last week, that the dam is going to be inspected by the town or by a contractor secured by the town. So we will have a current inspection and report coming shortly. And that will be that will be leaned against who we believe to be, or the town believes to be, the property owners. I'm not saying it's this applicant. I'm not involved with the title issue, but the town is undertaking the expense right now to get the dam inspected as required on a biannual basis by the state. And we will have that shortly. So that information will be public as soon as Mr. Camillo and the DPW, I believe, gets it done. I would also just like to note that yes, the applicant has referred to multiple times that they had met with departments. Planning and zoning organized a meeting with departments interrelated: sewer, DPW, highway, traffic division of highway, environmental affairs, the zoning enforcement officer, and if I didn't say this, I'm sorry, sewer division, at the request of the applicant, to start talking about issues that are going to need to be looked at when they come back under a full application. So there was it was preliminary in nature. It was not, definitive, but the applicant got a good sense of all of the amount of work that would be needed or expected for the departments to start signing off on some of the development as proposed. Speaking of the development, this is more for public service and not for the commission, but as an 830G application, it is absolutely correct that the applicant can forego the constraints of zoning and zoning only. So that would mean that building code, wetlands, Army Corps of Engineers, sewer requirements, drainage requirements under the drainage manual, those are all outside of zoning, and those would not be waived or be able to be waived by the applicant without some sort of external force, an appeal or whatever nature they might want to seek. So if a project was built, any project that's built under 830G, it is not unsafe or does not comply with with building code. It absolutely does meet building and fire code and all the health and safety issues. So just want to say that now before we possibly go to public comment, because I've seen a lot of those comments in the record, and I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of where the waiver is, and it's with the zoning regulations and not the building code.
Right. And there was a question, a follow-on question, Mr. Carrier, a comment that it's something that's in the letter you sent us. You say that you will be fully FEMA compliant, and I was confused that you don't mention per the flood zone regulations or Mr. LaRoe, you want to answer that per the flood zone, the town flood zone regulation?
I'm happy to talk about it. I just forgot my last point that I was going to also add on. So
wait till you get old.
I know it feels like it's coming faster every day. Regarding FEMA, so the town regulation is in excess of the minimum requirements for FEMA. So we in particular require an extra foot of freeboard in flood zones, while the FEMA requires the level to be at the base flood elevation of the flood zone. So those would be the discrepancies between the two. But that is another regulation, Madam Chair, that I don't think the applicant would be able to or should be wavering from, because again, that it is a federal program. It doesn't just impact their project, it actually impacts the town's flood rate insurance. So having buildings built that do not comply make our insurance premiums go up as for all residents in the town and town buildings. So that would be something I would like to bring to the applicant's attention. The last thing, and again, this is a policy statement, so that I don't know where the state stands on this, but when the town endeavored to revise their the waterfront business zone, it was brought to our attention from the state powers that adding residential in a flood zone was not optimal, was suboptimal, and that they would only endorse or sign off on those type of projects where they had an interface with the town if there was good or safe egress out of the site. So I don't know the feasibility of that, but that is another thing I think the applicant will need to look into, because if there is any state approvals, they may come back and say, you need to make sure you can't have an egress path through a flood zone for the building. It has to be completely out of that. And I don't know if the applicants looked into that, but that may be another thing that needs to come to bear and be examined.
That's right. So Mr. Carrier, so far does anybody want to throw something on Ms. Jenkins, Mr. Levy, 830G concerns? So far, correct me, you guys, we've raised sewer capacity questions. Mr. Carrier has indicated that there should be enough sewer capacity. We tend to be from Missouri on that one because we've been burned once or twice with, so we do worry, and we're really going to want you to show what the flows are going to be from 220 units versus the office occupancy. The office folk don't do laundry and they don't have showers. So I have a hard time believing that your current flows are going to be can equate to what is being proposed. So that's going to be a real concern, because we have an infrastructure constraint. Second issue that I know you've heard from the neighbors on, we're very worried about the flooding. We're very worried about evacuation in terms of flooding. We have seen it, we've all lived it. And so we are concerned about that. And we're concerned about how you're going to manage the flood zone and how you're going to be able to do the structural concerns. We're concerned about the dam, the safety of the dam, and whether or not you are putting people in peril by adding. We have raised the question as well about the contamination. We have, I expect that you would work with our environmental folk on that. But those are the health and safety dangers that we see up front. Did I miss anything, you guys? Okay. So I know you've been looking at this project for a while, and you know that it's fraught with it's got some major concerns to it that are very intrinsic to it. But I assume that you have done enough homework that you will be able to answer us, but those are things we've raised. would it be okay with everybody if we turn now to public comment and we got some input from people on any issues that we may have missed?
Good to go
If
here.
I can I add one more
Yes, of
comment?
course, Mr. Carrier.
Just to Patrick's concern, we do intend to comply with Greenwich building code. We're not looking to circumvent anything that would not comply
State,
with.
you mean state
the
building code, but so
No,
we're
there's
differentiating.
there's code with the town that exceeds, I think, what I could have approved by the state or federal. And I just want to make sure that we're
Nick, as
clear
far
that
as
we're-
I know, building code, we comply with the state, with the new
Mr.
state.
Carey,
which would-
what do you mean by building
I think
code that
he'd
exceeds?
mentioned that FEMA would allow me to build a building at flood level, but the
Oh, okay.
town, yeah,
Okay.
I'm just
You're
saying,
not
we're not
talking
trying to
Building
slip in
code,
under, right. Well,
you're
codes,
talking
yeah.
FEMA. Okay, but you need, you know, we speak our vocabulary is fine tuned here. So FEMA is one thing, flood zone regulations is one thing, FEMA's standards. Building code is a different matter. The 2021 building code would apply. But it's just a concern with the flood zone. Yeah, we would like you to make sure that you are respectful to that because we think that that supersedes zoning regulations.
No, our intention is to comply with the town's 2021 regulations.
So if we could turn to the public before we do that, folks, I'm just going to give you a couple of just some heads up, okay? First of all, as we keep saying, and I know Patrick said it to you last week, 830G application, burden of proof is on the municipality that there exist health, safety, environmental, or other concerns that exceed the municipality's need for affordable housing. If you hate the project in general or you love the project, it doesn't matter for the state law, and that's what mandates here. It also doesn't matter if I know this is hard, but its impact on the community character is not a factor in the state law. So if you're worried about that, it cannot be considered by the commission in our decision. Community character is not a major threat that exceeds the need for affordable housing. And there's thousands of well, maybe not thousands, but I have 30 pages of case law on that. So telling you that. The second thing is I beg you with all my heart to please be courteous when you speak about the applicant or about the project and to respect them. There's case law on that too. So with that, we're going to ask you to limit your comments. I'm not seeing that many speakers, so I'm going to go for 3 minutes. If you can go shorter, that'd be great. And if you can avoid repeating what the last person said, we'd be even more grateful. So the first person is Ms. Adams. And if you would go ahead, ma'am, and that would be followed by C. Adams, followed by Ian Lagowitz. Ms. Adams, if you would go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry, I just kicked you out. I was trying to lower your hand. You're coming back. Oh, that was a goof. I haven't done that one in a really long time, like 2 years. All right, here she is. Sorry, ma'am. I hit the wrong button. Go ahead. You just need to unmute and you'll be all set. Ms. Adams, just unmute.
There we go.
There you go.
Great.
Hi.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, Madam Chairperson and Commission, and I'd like your consideration for a few minutes.
Sure.
Because I understand that many of my neighbors on this call are going to touch on some of the problematic issues with this development. But what I want to talk about, just for a few minutes, if you will give me that consideration, is environmental justice in Western Greenwich. And this project is a critical part of that. So I'm watching the news, seeing what's happening, going on in California with people having atmospheric rivers on top of them, and being evacuated by a helicopter and boats in unprecedented flooding. And this flooding is like a waking nightmare for these people as they watch their homes and lives be destroyed. But this is not a nightmare that's unfamiliar to us in the Pemberwick-Glenville area, because in September 2021, we had 9 inches of rain in a 5-hour period, which is massive. And it led to thousands, if not millions of dollars in damage and flood insurance premiums to people that live along the river and along the road. So the challenge here is that we're not only faced with that flood event, but we also had Superstorm Sandy, which was about a mile away on Bailiwick Road, where a bridge was destroyed and we had massive flooding. In 1958, we had homes washed off their foundations and floating down the Byron River. So flooding issues are not new to this area. So why should we encourage more people to live along a river that has a history of 5 100-year storms in a 75-year period? So maybe the definition of a 100-year storm needs to change to a 25-year storm, because that's what's happening in this neighborhood. Having an atmospheric river over Connecticut is not an impossibility, as we all lived through that 14 months ago. So short-term memories for long-term problems are not an excuse to endanger lives of more people, new people living directly without a setback next to the river, even if it is meant to support the much needed goal of adding more affordability. My second point here is that tomorrow night, we're having a local forum about PCB remediation at Western Middle School in the playing fields. That's a problem that was only reluctantly brought to the Board of Ed and town officials' attention.
Ma'am, time, ma'am.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
I will wrap
Thank
this
you.
up quickly.
No,
One-
you're done, ma'am. It's 3 minutes. If we have time at the end, we're gonna let you talk again. But
One last statement, since I am a resident here.
this
That
is just
path,
like the RTM. We limit
Yes.
people to 3 minutes, ma'am.
I understand that pathway next to the chain link fence
Yes, ma'am.
is blocked. It is not accessible. So there
Okay.
was a mistake in an earlier comment.
Thank you. All right, C. Adams, if you would go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you great. And the next speaker is Ian Lagowitz, and after that is Penny. Go ahead,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on such an important topic. I am a student at Greenwich High School. My bus stop is at the intersection of Comley and Pemberwick. Every morning, I walk about half a mile along a very busy road with the sidewalk in disrepair in multiple places. In fact, following the Byron River, there is no sidewalk on that extremely narrow and dangerous road. As well, there is no crosswalk at the Comley and Pemberwick intersection, and cars there often refuse to yield to pedestrians at the stop sign as there, well, frankly, is no signage to yield. It's a very busy and high traffic area as is, and crossing the road there can take upwards of 20 minutes during rush hour. The traffic resulting from this housing development is inherently hazardous to myself and my peers who are assigned to that bus stop. Even a traffic light or crosswalk won't solve the underlying infrastructure issues there. There are narrow roads that can't be widened and no sidewalks, and children can't go walking or bike riding in my neighborhood because it's just so dangerous. You know, it's a health hazard. I do believe that more affordable housing is needed in town, but this location is just so implausible for the development proposed, and our local infrastructure simply won't be able to sustain that. And another thing, I have teachers that live 45 minutes to an hour away who commute from places like New Haven and Westport because they can't find closer housing. For development of this size to be sustainable, it should be reserved for public service jobs like teachers that reduce exterior traffic sources because they would no longer have to commute from out of town. Ultimately, due to the narrow roads, lack of crosswalks, and the hazards to this town's students and children, major infrastructure changes would need to be made before a housing development of this size could be safely established. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adams. Before our next speaker, just one quick thing to respond to Ms. Adams. We are not under federal law able to restrict who lives in an affordable housing development. It has to be open to anybody under the Fair Housing Act. Mr. Lagowitz, I hope I pronounced that kind of right, followed by Penny is gone. So the next person is Jeff Walsh.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, Ian Lagowitz here. And thank you for allowing me to speak. And I've had the opportunity to speak to Patrick earlier, late last week. The reason, and with no disrespect to Mr. Carrier and all this is going, but I'm the court-appointed receiver for the property at 200 Pemberwick Road, which was put into a foreclosure action. And I've not consented to an application yet. As a matter of fact, it had never even been brought to my attention until one of the tenants in the building notified me that there was a pending application in place. So I just need to bring that to Mr. Carrier's attention, that the application would require, unless the property owner pays off the mortgage and takes the property out of receivership, it would require my consent and signature. I don't believe anybody else under the court order has the right to apply for this. And I've taken that under legal advice. And that's, I'm just coming on to be asked to be presented, to be part of the record, and to be on future correspondence. I'd like to be addressed, at least informed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lagowitz.
I think that's quite a material issue about the status of the applicant. So I'm curious to have that addressed.
Mr. Leroux, do you have any comments on that, or do you want to wait till we've gone to council on it?
Well, I can answer now, Madam Chair. I had Mr. Lagowitz's counsel also reached out to us, and I responded to them and asked for clarity on the matter. Do they believe that the property owner is making this application without the proper consent? I didn't hear anything back, but I guess you're saying that you needed to be a party of that of this application, Mr. Lagowitz?
You'll need to unmute again. I'm sorry, I muted you.
I'm under the court order. I feel that while the collateral is the 200 Pemberwick, not the adjacent parking lot, but there's a perpetual easement to the collateral that is controlled by the 200 Pemberwick. So we believe that consent would be required under the court order.
Okay. Without having, again, this is an issue of title and it's actually receivership of the court. So I don't have the ability to opine on it. But again, if Mr. Carrier believes that he has the proper authority to present this application to the commission, it's going to, we're going to need a judge or somebody to clarify that before we endeavor into another application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jeff Walsh, who will be followed by Steve Hall. Hello, Mr. Walsh. Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks for taking our concerns. So as a resident here as well, and we're actually at 226 Pemberwick, so we're on top of the property, and we'll have a view of all this and of the buildings, the construction, and the threats of whatever else that will bring for our safety on the top of the hill. Everyone's addressed the flooding downhill of there, but the potential collapse of that dam and those walls that are supporting those buildings that won't support that weight. I'm an engineer by education, and that flood zone that you mentioned in the beginning of that retaining wall, that will not hold that building in place. So I would love to have a conversation with any engineers that talk about that, because I've had experience with those for other buildings. So just quickly to address the concerns, because I want to get them all in here under my time. You mentioned the lead, mercury, and the other concerns are asbestos, the PCBs, which are polychlorinated biphenyls, which can leach out of these mills. So we're talking about the mill that's been in place for all those years. Most likely that parking lot and the properties themselves have been encapsulated with all these cancer-causing agents that are in the area. And you said you already can't remediate some of that land and some of that asphalt and other things that are contaminated. This is going to lead to major concerns for people in the area, and cancer rates will go up as a result of this construction. The other thing is on the water table, it will not be able to, you'll encounter the water table as you start digging, and that will lead to flooding of that river as well. And so that would be immediate concern as construction is happening for the people downstream of there. There'll be flooding and collapse of that wall is most likely. For the next concern is talk about health and safety, the sound of that construction. There'll be pile driving. There'll be other things going on for 10 years, at least for 10 years, as you said. We will be sitting here in these neighborhoods listening to construction for 10 years. And you tell me how that's not going to impact property values and living here and health and safety while we're trying to live our lives for 10 years, at least at the very best is what you said. And then for the environmental concerns, obviously that 100-year, 500-year floods, we all know that, talk about September 2021, those events are going to keep coming as the environment changes, and that's going to happen much more frequently. And so those concerns will then just triple as you're starting to do that, because those retaining walls will not hold that river in, and those people will be in danger as well. Talking about traffic concerns and safety, we have an average of 7 trips per car per day. If you do traffic engineering surveys, it's the average per unit is 7 trips per car per day. So if you look at that times 220 units, that's 1,540 trips per day of traffic increases around this neighborhood, which cannot hold that amount of volume. And then you look at about 2 deliveries per unit per day.
Okay, time, sir.
Okay,
But
can I
thank you.
just one other thing, that traffic diversion for 10 years on and off, it's going to impact the entire surrounding area as well. Thank you for your
Got it.
time.
Thank you very much. The next person speaking is Steve Hall, followed by Wayne Kelly, followed by Jim Powers. Mr. Hall, if you would unmute. Give him a second. He's not even in yet. There you go. Hello, Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, we're having trouble hearing you. We can hear when you speak. Patrick, here, you've got an assistant. I'm going to keep you here. I'm going to let you work on it. I'm going to bring up Mr. Kelly to make his comments. I see someone's going to help you with the sound. And then as soon as you're ready, just wave at me and we will bring you back. Mr. Kelly, were you able to fix it, Mr. Hall? No. Okay, so do this, Mr. Hall. Just call up the number. You see the number where the link is on our website. You can just call it and send us in your comments. And by the way, we have enough people tonight that we would not have been able to accommodate you in town hall, in case you're wondering about that. We have 160 people tonight here, which is in excess of what we would have been able to accommodate in town hall. Mr. Kelly, if you would go ahead, and followed by Mr. Powers, and we'll just keep going, but we're going to keep Mr. Hall here till he calls us. I believe, Patrick, you have Mr. Lowe's address because Mr. Hall's address. Mr. Kelly, would you unmute?
Hello.
Hi, hold on just a second, Mr. Kelly. Patrick, we have Mr. Hall's address. Could you email him with the phone-in link as soon as we start this? Mr. Kelly, if you would go ahead.
Yes, Wayne Kelly here, 8 Concord Street. I've been a neighbor of this property for 71 years. If you need any questions, I could fill them right in. But when the direct media building at 200 Pembroke Road was occupied, they couldn't accommodate in the parking lot on Comley Avenue or on Pembroke Road the amount of cars just for that building alone. And they used to rent a parking area down on Riverdale Avenue and have a commuter bus bring the employees from Riverdale Avenue to 200 Pembroke Road. That was only for the business at 200 Pembroke Road. And that doesn't include any future building. Also, this 200 Pembroke Road is listed as a contaminated site by the state of Connecticut. If anybody has any questions, I could let you know. Originally, it was an airplane parts factory after the bolt and nut factory. It was 1 story. And then in 1990 or so, it was allowed, I don't know if it was a variance or within zoning, but they put a 2nd story on the building. I don't know what else I could fill you in on if anybody has any questions.
Anything that you want to send to us, any additional information you have on what you know of the history of the site, we'd be fascinated to have be in the record. You could wait until Mr. Carrier submits the actual application and then send whatever history and background you have. For example, I didn't know it had been an airplane parts factory.
Yes, it was Aerotech, and actually they donated Island Beach to the town way back.
Cool.
But I did forward a lot of information to Mr. Leroux through one of his associates.
Great. Okay. Thank you
you.
very much, Mr. Kelly. The next
Thank you.
speaker is Jim Powers, and he will be followed by Jim Keel. I hope I pronounced that right. Mr. Powers, look like you're ready to go. Were you able to send Mr. Hall the?
I don't have Mr. Hall's address, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. It may be under,
Wait, you got it? Can you call in, Mr. Hall, or did you figure it out? Okay, Mr. Powers, if you would just hold on a second. Mr. Hall, give it a shot. You have to unmute yourself. I'm going to ask you to unmute again. There you go. Now you're unmuted. Try. Nope, not working. Give us a phone call. I'm going to send Patrick your email address now because I know I saw an email from you. I will send it to you and I will send it to Patrick and he will write you. Mr. Powers, if you would go ahead, followed by Jim Keel, and be patient, Mr. Hall. We're going to figure it out. Okay, don't be frustrated. Okay, Mr. Powers, go ahead. Oh no, another one. Your mic's not on. Try again.
just for everybody in the room, you have to connect to your audio and make sure you're using the microphone on your device.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hall, we can't, the way you sound to us is as if you had inhaled a helium balloon. You know, when you go, that's how you sound. If it was a lighter topic, we would smile more. Mr. Powers, were you able to fix your audio? No. Okay, we're going to keep you here too, and we're going to go to Mr. Keogh and we're going to fix this. Okay, hello, Mr. Keogh, and he will
Hi,
be
good evening.
followed. Hi, we can hear you great. And he will be followed by Kimberly Fiorello.
Wonderful.
gonna-
Well, thank you for your time, and thank you to Mr. Leroux for joining us last week. I have serious concerns with this project, mainly around the safety and health, but I have additional concerns around the financial stability of the developers. Glenville lacks proper infrastructure. We all know that. Stoplights are required at various existing intersections for the current traffic. Sidewalks are needed to prevent pedestrian deaths. I believe that the existing roads on Pembroke are unsafe for cars in snowy and rainy conditions. I personally have pulled cars off of the guardrails on Pembroke Road during snow. And I can tell you that it's not safe for cars without four-wheel drive. The current roads are already congested. I think the high school student that spoke before touched on that perfectly. And my concern is that, really construction below ground will alter the water table, create larger downstream flooding issues, the removal of landscaping will exacerbate this. And then additionally, when the below ground parking does flood, where do those 440 cars go? The surrounding neighborhoods do not have sufficient parking, and street parking by apartment residents will limit where existing residents on surrounding streets can park during the storm. There's just not enough space currently for the cars that are on those streets. On the health concerns, this is an old factory site, as mentioned. Save the Sound has spent many years trying to improve the oxygen levels within Long Island Sound, particularly within this part of the Sound. And any additional contamination will further hurt the wildlife downstream. The pervious pavers that Mr. Carrier mentioned would mean that any contamination to the soil would flow directly into the water table, into the river. Additionally, Mr. Carrier stated last week that soil testing was done down to 14 feet. Today, he stated 24 feet. I'm unclear where it was actually done. And then the sewer treatment plant on site that he mentioned would inevitably add additional contamination. As I mentioned, I have concerns about Mr. Carrier. He filed for bankruptcy in 2020. He established financial difficulty in 2016 per court documents. And I worry that we're going to end up with a project that doesn't have financial stability.
Mr. Keough,
Thank
can
you,
we
Mr.
avoid getting into personal issues?
It's
We're
not.
here to discuss the project.
And it's also not, that's not a matter before the Planning and Zoning Commission. This was
The concern is that the
Doesn't matter.
project will not be finished.
Doesn't matter. We can't make a decision based on a speculation by law.
Sure.
We can't speculate about about an applicant's financial viability or
Understood.
their likelihood to complete.
Understood. I'll
I'm going to
stop.
give you 10 more seconds if you've got another point to make.
Sure, and then in terms of just health concerns, this is removing one of the final
Nick.
locally owned fitness centers in the area. And so you're removing the opportunity for local residents to exercise. That fitness center, by the way, that building has water in it all the time, especially during rain and especially during flooding. So the statement that Mr. Carrier made before is incorrect. And I know that because I know the owner.
Mr. Keough, which building is it? The
It's
shed building in the back?
Exceed. Yeah, it's the one right by the waterfall. It's the fitness center, so CrossFit Exceed. And I highly suggest you to speak to the owner who gets 6 inches of rain water coming through there all the time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I think you're muted, but are you calling on me?
Oh. Margarita, you're off. Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Fiorello. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, so great to see you, Madam Chairwoman. It's really nice to be here, and thank you all commissioners for your volunteer work on this. I am grateful for the time to make a comment on this property. Having just served in the state legislature, I became very aware of this state law that we have 830G, and I feel like this is like the poster child for what 830G does and how much harm it creates in a community. This property, properly zoned right now, is a space that can give so many different needs to this community under the GBO zoning that you have on it now. But as it is an 830G, it's a poster child because it almost meets all of the violations that they legitimately can bring under an 830G. Under public safety, you couldn't find a neighborhood that is more neighborhoody with children playing, bikes riding, elderly going on walks, moms going on jogs. This is a neighborhood that is cozy and sweet, and it will be forever changed with a sense of anxiety that they can't walk in their streets with ease. That is the same when it comes to public safety and the ease with which emergency vehicles will be able to get in and out after this large development is put here. I don't know if mental health is calculated under public health, but there is a real sense of peace of mind that will be disturbed when the nature, the environment, and the sight lines that this community enjoys will be changed. When scale changes in a neighborhood, it creates a lot of it completely changes how the humans relate to the spaces that they're living in. And I think also on public health, it really is great risk to stress on the sewage system. When the sewage capacity is reached and we get too close to that, the damage that is done, and then the remediation and putting in new sewers, that's all will be at the risk of taxpayers having to cover those to fix it. Drainage, flood risk, as the drainage systems in that area can't properly let the waters flood through. I believe air quality is also a public health issue in this area. And even need for affordable housing. And, this is a neighborhood where currently people who work in our town, our firemen, our policemen, live in this neighborhood. And this is a development that will change and hurt their home values. These are people's life savings. And this is the real tragedy of 830G. So I urge you to really consider all of the things and how well it fits into how the perfect picture of an 830G to reject. Thank you so much.
Boy, perfectly timed. You can tell she was in government. Thank you very much, Ms. Fiorello. Mr. Powers, you're muted right now. You think you have sound? No, you're muted right now. Unmute. Can you see with a little bit? There you go. Yes, you're going to call us
Madam
up.
Chair, if I could just take 2 seconds, I'm just going to share my screen and just because I think the issue is this. If everyone could see.
Right now, it's just pretty orange.
Yeah. Wait. I guess I can show my desktop. This is inconvenient. Okay. I will stop.
Right.
I'm going to try to explain it. There's a
We're going
video.
to post he's going to post the all the phone numbers in a sec so you guys can call in, okay? Is what he's going to say. We're going to share the screen so those of you who don't have it. And Mr. Hall, I am sending you the phone numbers right now. Okay? So if you check your email, you will find the phone numbers. All right. And there you guys go.
Information right here. Any of these phone numbers work. The webinar ID is right here on the second to last line, and then the password's right there.
So if everybody jots down the numbers real fast, we can.
Well, we'll leave it up. We can talk and leave it up, Madam Chair. So if
All right.
people help.
Can you zoom a little bit?
Of course.
For those of us who have bad eyesight. Our next speaker, Mr. Powers, you were still unable to speak, so we're going to wait for both you and Mr. Hall to call. And in the meantime, Laureen Taylor is our next speaker. There you go. Hello, Ms. Taylor. 3 minutes. Patrick.
Yep. On it.
Oh, gosh.
Yes, Maureen Taylor here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Is this termination process? Hello?
Yes, you're good. Ma'am?
Oh, we did hear, we were hearing you. Laureen, we were hearing you.
I know.
Maureen?
You
know, she's losing signal.
Hello.
Hi, there you are.
This is Laureen Taylor back. I'm so sorry.
Hi.
Okay. Is this project expected to undergo a review and determination process by town, state, and federal level historical resources?
No, ma'am.
Given the historical significance of the Russell, Birdsall, and Ward Ball and Nut Factory, which was a manufacturer for the American wartime military industry. Number two, Are there any historical educational plaques that are already installed or proposed to be installed at the site? And if yes, who is the compliance authority for the historical accuracy of the plaques? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. We will double check this, but the state law protects historic districts that have been designated as such. And otherwise, there would be no protection granted just to a building that's historic, but we will work on it. As you know, we have had proposals in the past that have gone into the historic districts, and we have raised this point. I don't believe the building's been plaqued, and we will ask the applicant about that. Thank you very much. Our next
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg Oceans. Go ahead, sir.
Oh,
Hi.
hi, how are you? Thank you. Want to turn my camera on if I can.
Oh,
Can't
great.
find it.
Oh, I only enabled you to talk because we've got the phone number. So go ahead. Just
That's
talk.
fine. Oh, no problem. So thank you very much. My name's Greg Oceans. I am a nearby resident to the project. I live about a quarter mile up Pemberwick Road. I'm the owner of a retail business in Glenville, and I also run redevelopment for a national real estate development firm. I have very serious concerns about how this project could create a public safety hazard for the community. And that's been very articulately voiced by several others tonight. But the mere fact that the project is comprised of 220 apartments and some 440 parking spaces with traffic coming and going on an infrastructure that isn't remotely suited for a project of that scale is hard to comprehend. And to me, I know it's dangerously close to speaking about the neighborhood character, but to me, it's not an issue of neighborhood character. It's an issue of the zoning laws existing to protect the community from projects that are of an inappropriate scale for the infrastructure and for what the neighborhood could maintain. And 830G is nothing but a workaround to skirt those procedures that otherwise this project would require a host of variances up and down, and most importantly, as it relates to how many residential units and cars will be coming and going. The road infrastructure can't be improved due to certain physical circumstances. The Pemberwick Road is narrow. It's bound by the river on one side and a steep grade change on the other. Comley Avenue is a steep hill where cars speed down and there's not even sufficient room for sidewalks on either side. This presents a major problem for the community. If this project were of some appropriate scale that could be handled by the road network, it would be a very different story. But 830G is allowing the developer to sneak in with a project that really, in every other way, makes absolutely no sense and puts the lives of people walking along the roadway and people driving in danger. And it's a project that I can't support for that reason. I raise my family nearby, and that's not what I want for our road network and for my community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The next speaker is Greg Oceans.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, that was you. I'm so sorry. The next speaker is Andrea Bloom. And Mr. Oceans, I apologize. Okay, Andrea Bloom, if you would go ahead. I don't know if we can. Mr. Hall, you have your hand up, so I'm hoping that you were able to dial in. But we'll wait for Ms. Bloom to speak. She's the head of the Pemberwick Glenville Association. Andrea? Well, we're waiting for her. Yeah, you want to take that down so we can see people? Yeah, there she is. Andrea? Andrea?
Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now. You just needed to unmute.
I disappeared. I don't know where I went. Hi, I'm Andrea Bloom. I live in the neighborhood, very close to the project that's being presented tonight. I've been involved recently and for the last few years with the POCD for the neighborhood town. I've been engaged in all of the Army Corps of Engineer flood mitigation meetings. I've been working recently. I went to the most recent wetlands meetings with Pat Sesto at the Western Greenwich Civic Center. And I have a lot of concerns about flooding. And I don't want to repeat things that other people have said. So I'm just going to highlight and take some things out of my presentation. I just want to note one thing is that the flood maps will be changing in January. So if you think you're not in a flood zone now, or you think you're in a 500-year flood zone, everyone is going to be in different flood zones moving forward because all of us have flooded. There are many direct impacts on health and safety of the people of this community. And most of you have talked about a lot of the things like the flooding, the impervious surface areas and drainage. Previous plans that were submitted on this site were very different than what's being proposed today. So 15 condos versus 346 apartment rentals, at 500,000 square feet has a huge impact on an already aged and strained sewage and waste system. One of the things I wanted to also mention is that this plan removes mature trees, almost every one except a small conservation easement, which will do little to assist with absorbency runoff from a 6-story building. It also impacts our air quality and heat. When you remove the trees, you obviously have more heat, especially when this building is 6 stories of cement. I hope that the Tree Conservancy and the flood and erosion studies will be done and the Tree Conservancy will be made aware of what's going on. What else? I don't want to touch base on other people's things, but I will mention someone asked about the dam. The dam's from the 1800s. It is a level C hazard dam from what I've heard from my calls with DEEP. It has not been inspected since 2012. At that time, they wanted it to be inspected every 2 years. The retaining wall is almost 100 years old. It's showing failure. It could add to serious disaster should either of those things fail. It's basically holding up Pemberwick Road. So if that dam fails, it will bring the wall down with it. And I'm wondering at that point, how would we have emergency access? Without that happening, without the dam failing, we don't have the ability to have emergency access at this building. Also, if the neighborhood floods, many of the first responders live in the neighborhood, including one that lives in my house. And I have a very good feeling that he won't be coming down there to save anybody. What else? Well, the last storm that we had brought runoff to Fletcher, Morgan, Comely, and Pemberwick.
Time, Ms. Bloom,
Okay.
but if you've emailed us before, if you didn't get a chance to say everything you wanted, if we have time at the end, we'd love to hear more from you. Otherwise, just go ahead and write us, okay? Or come back for the final app. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carl Grafasi, followed by Nomi Silverman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're good.
Great, thank you. Well, it seems like everyone touched on a lot of things. What I'd like to add is, since Ida, which we all know, over 100 homes got flooded, and it's been an ongoing issue since 2000. I mean, as long as I've been here for 20 years, but I think it's been since 2007. We've had other floods and even more to speak of. And finally, we're going to have the drain fixed at the park, which is again part of the infrastructure. And they're going to be fixing the bridge where it meets Putnam, where the river meets West Putnam by the Caravel. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. And this is all due to with the issues with the rains that we're getting, the bad weather that we're getting, and so on and so forth. So it's taken a long time to acknowledge that. And, this is just a Band-Aid. And we've been told, this is going to help, but it's not going to be the end all be all. And we know that. And I just feel like, we're making we're inching towards positive, let's just say executions and things that we need to do to improve the infrastructure. So it's like we take, one step forward and 10 back by now just, considering putting up these developments, especially by the river, which is like, okay, so we get this, so now let's, pardon the pun, open the floodgates and let's put a building here that's going to just increase water flow with impervious surfaces. And I mean, when it really comes down to is, it's all about the perfect storm, and we tend to experience it on a regular basis. What I mean by that is that this river it's tidal. So if it's a high tide and we have heavy rain and then we have more water going into it, it's a problem. And by adding these kind of structures to this scale, I don't get this. This just makes so counterproductive. I don't even know why we're even having this conversation about developing along the river. We can't control what's going on with the river because it snakes in and out of New York and Connecticut, but let's at least be sensitive to the people that are, down the river where there's low-lying residentials. I bought this house as an investment. You can't tell me it's gone up in value since Ida. My flood insurance has gone up $12,000 annually. Does anyone want to pay for that? I'd love to hear somebody offer that. So now we're going to do this. This makes no sense. And in closing, yeah, we've talked about Pembroke Road, how dangerous it is. People jog, people run, people ride bikes. Don't forget, they play baseball at the park. All the cars that park there. Okay, let's throw another 440 cars, down the road when families want to go somewhere, do something. And it's, try driving to the elementary school where Glenville Pizza is in the morning. Good luck with that with 440 more cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Before we go to Ms. Silverman, I'm going to give Mr. Hall another shot. Mr. Hall, if you would, you've called in, right? No, unmute. Okay. Are you there? And to unmute the phone, you hit *6. Okay, try now. Say something. No,
It's *6 on the phone.
*6 on the phone. You're
Mr.
muted.
Hall,
Patrick.
Mr. Hall, on the handset of the phone, you need to hit *6.
He got it, and he's hitting *6.
Do we have his number, Madam Chair? Because
Oh, yeah, you could call.
no, I mean his number. We would need to bring his phone number up to allow him to speak. That's why.
Okay, I don't know which one it is. There's a ton of phones here. I know you're shaking.
If Mr. Hall, if you hit *6 on your handheld phone right now, it'll raise.
No, *9. Hit *9. Hit
It'll
*9.
unmute. It'll unmute though, is what I'm saying, Madam Chair.
No, he can't unmute until I promote him. *9.
I believe this is his number right here.
There we go. Okay, you should be set. Now go *6. Now do *6.
There you are.
And you can talk, quick.
Can I speak? Do you hear me now?
Excellent. Thank you very much for being cooperative. I'm
You
sorry about
have
that.
triumphed against all odds, sir. Congratulations.
I have been on this phone today 3 times, no problems on Zoom. I don't know what's happening.
Well, it is,
Okay.
but you're here, and there you are. So talk to us.
Hey, you can hear me now. I'm going to be on speaker.
We were better when you weren't on speaker.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Hi.
I'll make this very quick then.
Thank you, sir.
You may or may not know that I brought the condition of the dam to the attention of the selectmen maybe 5 or 6, 7 years ago.
You did in
Why it
2018.
why it hasn't been inspected since then, I don't know. Because it hasn't been inspected, and if I were the developer, I would want to have it inspected to know what kind of a cost exposure I might have in fixing it. So that's one thing, of course, that he has in his basket to think about. But as far as the town is concerned, don't we want to have the inspection of the dam in place, knowing what needs to be done to fix it? And including with that is the retaining wall, which is failing behind the buildings. That's it.
Oh, okay. Now, Patrick, I hope you can still hear me. But yes, there's Patrick. So Patrick, as I understand, the dam is being, don't hang up, Mr. Hall, the dam is being inspected.
Correct, Madam Chair. Mr. Camillo announced that last Thursday, and I've spoken to him separately as well. So it will be inspected per the requirements of the state, and that report will be made obviously public once the state gets it.
So why would we proceed with any approval of any application until we know what that is?
Well, we're not in control of when an application comes in. However, we're endeavoring to get that information in time so that if there needs to be any adjustments to any future projects down the river, we know about it sooner than later.
And also,
This is a pre-app.
this is a pre-application, so there's a long way to go before he hasn't even filed the application. The other thing,
Yeah, but don't you approve the pre-app?
no.
Oh, okay.
No, so the pre-app is an opportunity for the commission to give guidance to the applicant, which you're seeing us do in quite firmly, and giving input and getting it from the public to give guidance to the applicant for when they file the actual application. The other thing, just so you know, is that under state law, the commission has to be very careful to never act on anything that is a speculative issue. So if I was to say, gosh, I don't think this dam's any good, I think we should deny the application, I would lose a lawsuit under the state law. So until we have facts, we can't make a decision. So we would have the full set of facts before we make a decision. But that makes sense to you, right?
Requesting.
Yeah.
That be done.
Yep, that's what we're going to do. And this is going to be a long process, so bear with us. I'm glad that your Zoom worked other times during the day, because it just went funny, but it did. You persevered, so that was good. Anything else, sir?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you
Madam
very
Chair,
much.
I would just like to say the word non-binding as the operative word with the pre-application. It is non-binding and therefore has no standing. It is not a effective action of the commission, and it doesn't give the applicant any progress regarding future development. It is only an opportunity to speak with the commission about prospective projects.
Okay. Now, the next person to speak is, I'm going to move you out, Mr. Hall, because, I'm going to lower your hand and then, there you go. Okay. And the next person to speak is Nomi Silverman, and followed by the phone number 4063, ending in 4063. So that phone number ending in 4063, when we call on you, it's *6 to unmute and just tell us who you are. Ms. Silverman, if you would please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Actually, this is Nomi's husband, Steve.
Okay, well, you're fired.
Nomi's here.
You're here. She's there and supervising. Okay, then you can stay. Go ahead, sir.
Can we share the contour map from the proposal? Because I'd like the committee to see. Because I want to highlight magnitude.
Patrick, if you would start the clock and share the contour map. There you go. And
got that, B?
Oh, yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, in a matter of time, I'll start talking. I want to highlight the magnitude of the earth removal that will be required, because I think this is a serious health and safety matter. So first of all, I live right adjacent to this project. And when I built my house 30 years ago, the entire hillside was ledge. And I can tell you what it took just to build my little house. And that required that we actually altered the plans because there was so much ledge that we could not remove. They're talking about removing hundreds of feet into that hillside and a depth of, I think, in excess of 100 feet. This will require explosives. This will require massive amounts of explosives. And if we're going to be studying the integrity of the dam on its own, we have to accommodate that we're going to be using pile drivers and explosives to blow away that entire hillside to accommodate this project. Now, if people are already saying that the dam integrity is at risk without factoring in the amount of work that needs to be done to eliminate a hill, I think we're being foolish and short-sighted because we are jeopardizing the health and safety of the entire community. On top of that, to remove all this material, we're going to have a parade of heavy trucks, dump trucks going out, cement trucks coming in. All three forms of egress on either side of Pembroke and Comely are single lane roads with no sidewalks. So if you want to talk about health and safety for a project that's going to take a decade, you are talking about not being able to cross the street, but much worse than that. We will be ripping up the roads, again, because we're going to have 30, 40-ton trucks moving in and out constantly to move all of that material. So this, again, a health and safety matter. We're talking about explosives and pile drivers. Can we talk about the acoustic issues? It's very simple to understand. We're all going to be deaf by the time this project is over.
Recording in progress.
There is absolutely no way that you can do that quietly. There's absolutely no way, if you're going to be doing that year upon year, that every single resident within earshot is going to be suffering from headaches and obviously hearing loss. So I think that's a principal issue we have not heard. I know on my property, there are underground streams. I can't imagine, since this property is adjacent, that they don't have underground streams. If we're going to be digging in there to try and put in an underground parking lot, you're talking about the water flow that we have not factored in yet, because to now they have been undisturbed. And certainly this will be disruptive to all of them. So we need to make sure that we're factoring that in. And my last point, and I appreciate the time, there is no question that a completion bond will be required, because once they blow up that whole hillside, and because we've seen countless projects in Greenwich, when that happens, they take way longer and they blow through their budgets, and suddenly they run out of money. We're going to have a moonscape there with serious erosion problems, and it won't be completed because they've walked away from the project because they went broke. And it doesn't take much to predict that, since they're already bankrupt before they've even started.
Okay, but those are not relevant to the decision there. We do zoning, not their financial situation. Thank you very much, Mr. Silverman. I see you changed the name. Telephone number 4063, are you ready to unmute and speak?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Alan Braslow on Greenwich Hills Drive. Just a couple more comments to add in to the health and safety concerns, mostly safety. Regarding Comely Avenue, I didn't hear if there had been discussions with Rybrook, because the volume going up and down during construction, and then if 200 apartments go in, et cetera, that'll be an issue, because in the morning, Comely Avenue, throughout the day, actually at King Street, there's high volume, and you need to drive through there or try to get out in the morning or evening just to see what the situation is. Also, that road, Comely and Rybrook, would probably need to be improved in certain areas. I do public health and public safety work. And the other issue regarding resources for PD and EMS, I think there was discussion of fire department access, egress. I don't know what they have in Glenville for response, et cetera. And I know where six stories was proposed, and the ladders go up 6 stories, but I don't know what they have as far as manpower and trucks, et cetera. And it's volunteer, I believe, in Glenville. With regard to PD, do they have enough resources on this end of town? And also EMS. I know EMS here responds primarily from the hospital, not the new station up near the airport. So I don't know if those were mentioned, but those would definitely need to be looked into.
No, sir,
Okay,
we did not bring them up, sir, but fire access was mentioned actually by the applicant. and
Okay.
and fire has to sign off, and then we'll make sure that we will talk to the adjoining municipality for their impact. Thank you very much for the time. Our next
Thank you.
speaker is Sarah Mariani, and followed by Deborah. Don't know your last name, but you know who you are. Ms. Mariani, if you would go ahead, you need to unmute. See, there's, come on.
*6 to unmute. If you're
No,
on the phone.
she's
I
not on
got
the
it.
phone.
Can you
There
hear
you
me
Got
now?
it, atta girl. Okay,
Thank
go
you very
ahead.
much. I have to be honest with you, after hearing, first of all, thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to thank you and the other commissioners and town planner, all parties who have participated as a representative of us in the neighborhood. After I heard all of your questions, I felt I didn't even need to speak because I felt you do have the same concerns that we have. And it was clear that you've done your homework for us to realize that our best interests are in good hands. And I think I held on to just say thank you for your time. I also want to really appreciate all the neighbors that are taking the time to stay involved. This kind of community activism is hard to come by sometimes, and I appreciate everybody's efforts and want to continue to be involved. And if I could somehow get hold of Valerie Bloom so that we could be part of the Greenwich of the Pembroke Association I'm in
If
Greenwich.
you Google it, ma'am, sorry
Mhm.
to cut into your time. You still have 2 minutes, but if you Google it, you will find the Glenville Pembroke Association and you will find Andrea, and you will be able to contact them. Just Google it. I've found them there a couple of times myself, and you can go on their website and she checks the emails.
Great. And I don't
And
have
that's
any more time necessary. It's just that I do live
Thank you.
I do live at Greenwich Hills Association, and we do have contiguous pieces of
You do.
land that are impacted. We've paid for a lot of our land around us not to be developed. And this particular project obviously raises a couple of hairs on the back of our neck, but I want to thank everybody for their time on this issue.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Deborah, and Deborah will
Hi.
be followed by Simon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks everyone for your time. I just want to say that I am a resident. I live very close to this proposed development that I just literally heard about about a week ago. I walk my dogs in the neighborhood. I walk right by and through the area where the gym is and where the retaining wall is, and it looks completely unsafe now. I have no idea how you would put 3 or 4 more stories on top of that building that looks like it's already ready to collapse. It has a lot of water coming in it. The whole area does. Also, I'm hearing, with all due respect to Mr. Carrier, I'm hearing a lot of I think and I believe. I'm not feeling very confident in what I'm hearing, things like permeous pavers. The amount of water that's going to come down that hill is extreme. A pervious paver is not going to do anything, maybe, absorb a little bit of it. On-site treatment plants, not really sure how much ledge is going to be required to get rid of. Just one gentleman said how much explosive. I've also put in a little playground in my yard, and the amount of explosives and what I needed to do just to get that in was incredible. And my neighbor almost went nuts because of the sound. I just can't imagine years of this happening. The fact that 8-30G is currently, being considered to be repealed, just like one of the speakers said, this is a perfect example of what I can see is somebody coming in trying to put a building in and exploit this loophole for profit. I am hoping that this is seriously considered and denied by our town, because this just seems like it's only going to benefit a few people and really impact our community in a negative way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Simon, and I'm going to enable you to talk. Just have to unmute. And while she's doing that, you're all set. But just to clarify, there is no thought of repealing the 830G statute by the state. That said, our Senator Ryan Fazio and also Kimberly Fiorello last year both proposed amendments to that legislation, but they did not go through the legislature. Simon, if you would go ahead. You're all set to. You're all set.
Yes. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We live further up. We are not in danger, but every time I pass that area, I can see with my eyes that this area prone to flood. And I don't see any reasoning to put 200 more families on top of all the other families that are suffering from the danger of flood over there. I just don't see any sense into it. That was my input. And also, I'm a real estate broker, and I know that selling and buying homes in a flood zone area is a real challenge. And people never actually recover their money over there. That's it.
Thank you very much, Simon. Our next speaker is Jane Chester Weisbecker. There you go. Ma'am, if you're ready to speak, go right ahead.
Hi, everybody. This is Jane Weisbecker from RTM. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
And we can see you.
Oh, great. I have a sweatshirt, so please excuse my appearance. It's not usually this bad. Anyway, I'm actually requested to speak on behalf of our RTM District 9. We did submit a statement that I hope all of you have gotten and taken a look at. I believe that everyone, except for some people, actually we lost a couple members, I believe that everyone signed on to the statement. So this is a uniform statement from the district. We do have a lot of concerns. And basically we wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we have many constituents that have contacted us to discuss this, to make sure that we raised our voices in objection because of the various health and safety issues that you've heard about. We're really worried about the dam. We're worried about the construction process on the dam, the fact that it hasn't been inspected. It's good that it is going to be inspected. We are concerned about the sewer infrastructure, as are our constituents. During the recent flooding events, I've been through 2 since I've lived here. I live on Pemberwick, and I've had boats behind my house twice too many times since I've lived here, with flooding in the street behind my house due to the river. And we don't feel that the sewer infrastructure is able to deal with these types of events. We've heard a lot of constituents say that during flooding, there's been sewer intrusion and sewage intrusion into their homes. So that's another issue. And then traffic is obviously, I don't even need to go into that because everyone knows it's a thoroughfare. Pemberwick's a thoroughfare. We've had traffic quieting measures on Pemberwick for years. I've owned my house since the mid-90s, but as long as I've been here. And I guess the last issue that I'll touch on is something that as a lawyer, and I have to admit, I have done my share through 30 years of foreclosure litigation. And the issue of the standing and of the receivership is something that I think that you all, and that we often have to do on the RTM, consult the town attorney on. There is sort of an extraordinary receivership order that seems, this is even more expansive than a lot of orders that I've seen, that confers the possession of the property at 200 Pemberwick and the control and of the assets of that property. It includes all of the actions that can be taken with regard to the leases, and there are multiple long-term leases there. And that would also include control over easements that are on 0 Comely. And so I believe those easements give the parking privileges to the tenants. So to the extent that the receiver has control over that easement and the parking, I don't know how you would disassociate that and take it apart and say that the receiver doesn't have any control over the Zero Comely. So that's it. And thanks for your time. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Matt Tyson, followed by Andrew Carlin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Boop. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm a resident of Pembroke. I live just past the park down the river from this proposal. Very concerned, especially when I start hearing about underground parking. The gentleman who spoke before me talking about the amount of excavation that will need to happen is a great concern, especially next to a flowing river, and the amount of explosions that might need to take place next to that dam. The concerns about erosion are ongoing along Pembroke Road and the Byram River. The town just spent money repairing the side of Pembroke Road last year, where there are no sidewalks for pedestrians to get to the park. Also, the steep grades of Comely and Pembroke are very concerning. People come flying down those hills right where the nursery is, where people try to buy their Christmas trees or pumpkins, and there is no traffic control at all on that road. I'm in general very concerned about the traffic due to the construction in Port Chester, which we all know is going on, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers replacing those two bridges down on Putnam Avenue, which will take years to do, causing serious traffic issues going all the way up to Glenville. And just to echo what others have said about the fire department, the volunteer fire department, as well as police, the night of Ida back in 2021, there were difficulties evacuating people from Den Lane, Hollywood Lane, and all the way down the river. I'm very concerned about the sewer capacity. As you mentioned, the school does not do laundry. They do not take showers. That is a huge concern of mine. We are already at capacity as far as I'm concerned in terms of sewer. The pump house down on Den Lane behind 777 West Putnam is aging and near capacity, and I'd like the board to take that into consideration as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we're going to go to Andrew Carlin next. Mr. Carlin, if you
I
can
was
unmute.
chatting away. Mr. Carlin is next. Sorry, I every now and then I have to mute when the dog barks. Mr. Carlin, if you would unmute, and you will be followed by Ben Kriegler, followed by Bobby Javargawais. Mr. Carlin, if you would unmute. Mr. Carlin, if you would unmute. There you go. Good job.
Thank you. Good evening, and thanks for taking the time out to listen. I am the president of the Greenwich Hills Association. Greenwich Hills condominium borders the property, I think, on the western side. We are 77 townhouse units set in a beautiful hillside, and we are on a beautiful hillside, a beautiful property in a beautiful neighborhood. So the visual impact of this project and anything that's built here is very important.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
When Greenwich Hills was built in the 1970s, it was exquisitely laid out. I think it had the look of a colonial village, and it's maintained that look over the years. It's a gem. And one of the reasons it's a gem is that the original developers did not try to cram every unit they could have gotten onto the property. So that's why we all live in the gem we have today. And I'll tell you, when most of my exercise was coming from walking during the pandemic, there were many times where I would just look up and thank God that I was living here. Comely Avenue. In my walking, that I tend to stop at the entrance to Greenwich Hills off Comely Avenue. makes me feel like I've actually done a lap around something. And I can tell you that traffic is not only, it's not a lazy, sleepy road. It's very active and the cars come pretty fast. So I think that is a big concern. I see people exiting Greenwich Hills sometimes have to wait quite a bit before they can get out onto the road. I was kind of astounded. And one thing just really came out. You have a developer that comes here and says that they want to preserve the character in the neighborhood and all of that. And then they try to place a building on a riverbank next to a waterfall. There seemed to me to be quite a disconnect there. Also, I have reached out to Andrea Bloom and we just haven't hooked up yet, but I'm happy to speak with anybody from anyone interested in our community to see if we have a common interest. And I should say that I'm speaking only for myself because I haven't had the opportunity to go through all of this with my board yet. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Ben Kriegler, followed by Bobby Javargowais. Mr. Kriegler, if you would go ahead. Yep, there you are. Go ahead. All right, I'm going to bring in Mr. Javargowais while he figures that out. Mr. Kriegler, are you able to speak? Mr. Javargowais, why don't you go ahead and unmute in the meantime, and we'll give Mr. Kriegler a chance to unmute.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is actually Stella. Bobby's my husband.
Okay.
We're using his phone because mine is being occupied. So I've been listening to everything everybody's been saying today, and I 100% agree with everyone. And I am going to be repeating some of what everybody else has said because it's very important to me. And the gentleman before mentioned about the aesthetics in the neighborhood and, you know, why I moved here probably about 4 years ago. And I did it because I thought I live on Morgan Avenue, which is within walking distance to this development. And part of the reason that I purchased in this neighborhood, I looked all over Greenwich. Part of the reason that I purchased in this neighborhood is because of how safe it felt, how neighborly it felt. We talk about our block being similar to like a cute little beach town where everybody can walk their dogs, the kids can ride their bikes, the kids are scooting around, going over to the park. But the most dangerous part of this neighborhood is Comely Avenue as it is today. So I cannot imagine 440 cars. And then when those people run out of parking spaces and they need to use the adjacent streets for their guests and for emergency vehicles and delivery vehicles, that's completely outrageous to me. You can barely make a left coming out of Morgan onto Comely as it is. And you have to double and triple check to make sure there's not children walking and people walking on the sidewalk or on the street because there is no sidewalk. If there are cars going in both directions, it's impossible for somebody, they have to step into the dirt and wait until the cars pass. And I cannot imagine if at 9 o'clock in the morning or 8:30 in the morning when people are trying to get to work and both sides of the street are occupied, that anybody can walk anywhere near safely in the vicinity of this area. And what if there was supposed to an emergency in Greenwich Hills? There's no way an emergency vehicle would get to Greenwich Hills because of the traffic that we're causing on in this neighborhood. So the sheer volume and density is going to impact the safety of the kids in this neighborhood. Forget about me. I'm an adult. I can look both ways. My hearing is fine. My sight is fine. And I'm able-bodied. We have people in the neighborhood that need extra care. And that's not going to happen with a one-way in and one-way out into these facilities. It's absolutely ludicrous. It needs to be completely taken off the table. In fact, the developer, shame on you, and you should take this and withdraw your application and go do this someplace else.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker, I think Mr. Kriegler, you're ready?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You're all set.
Good evening and thank you for your patience with my technical issues. One, I concur and agree with a majority of the speakers in regard to the infrastructure not being able to properly support a building of this magnitude. I live on Deep Gorge Road, which is adjacent to Pembroke. My property goes right down behind Arch and Bloom. Quite concerned about the suitability of the size of this project in its overall design. I'm echoing what most people say in regard to the road traffic at Comley. Certainly there's going to be a need for a traffic light there, which is nothing that I haven't heard tonight. How are we going to address people being able to properly get there? I certainly don't want to see this happen, but you have 400 or 200 plus families. The kids are going to want to go down to the Pembroke Park athletic field to play. There's no sidewalks to get down over there. Those roads are so narrow, so dangerous. I walk there and I'm scared when I do my one morning walk over there. That being said, we are a town that sorely needs low-income housing, but they're using the 830, what do you call that?
830G.
830G in order to accomplish their goal. And I know it's a law, but the size and scope of the project just certainly isn't designed for the footprint over there and for the adjacent properties. Speaking of which, I have several friends a little bit downriver. Their homes have all been flooded over time with rainstorms, with hurricanes that come in, the last being Ida, people with water in their basements that completely flooded. New homes are required, I believe, in the flood zone over there to be properly built, to be built 10 feet above ground. And now we're putting in underground parking garages. It makes no sense whatsoever. Look, the things about the dam, certainly they need to be remedied if there's a problem before any permits issued. The crib is a big problem. It's antiquated. And if it fails, the whole bottom of that Pembroke Road will become unusable and a safety hazard. So I hope the board listens to this and is able to put some, limitations if so able. The size of this project is just untenable for the Greenwich community.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Kriegler. We have one more speaker left at the end, which is Andrea Bloom, whom we had promised since she is, I'm sorry, Andrea, I'm going to let Eddie go first. He just came in. Eddie, if you would go ahead, and then I'll leave you to last since you're representing a neighborhood association.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I believe we have a 22 career staff fire department. So my concern is really with a building of this magnitude, you would basically put all of your career resources into one building and still couldn't protect the property, efficiently, and put the rest of the Greenwich community in danger, taking all of their resources. How could the town allow this?
Well, sir, what happens is any proposal that comes before us has to be certified by the fire department and all of our safety personnel that they can cover it, that they can access all sides of the building with their equipment, and that they can manage a fire there. So it would not go forward as proposed if the fire department did not sign off. That said, to the issue of a very large fire in town, when I was an EMT, and I think the fire department works the same way, it's a mutual aid situation. You call on other towns. So everybody comes from Stamford and Portchester and North Castle, everybody comes in and helps you. So, but we would not go forward on any project that had a fire hazard that could not be mitigated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And what about the current size of our schooling now? What would happen with, our elementary school that's stretched thin now?
By law, this is a very interesting thing. It is, we raised the question ourselves yesterday, but the way the law works is the burden on the town to provide education to the children who move into town. It is not a health, safety, or life issue, life-threatening issue, not an environmental issue. You are supposed to provide schools for children who move into town if you approve the buildings.
Correct. But what if there
so-
was any possible redistricting of existing students and having them move to different
The
schools?
law
Don't you think
does
that
not,
would have an effect on
the
them?
law does not allow us to consider that in an application.
Understood. Okay.
Okay,
And I
just
I really
telling you.
want to thank my my incredibly bright neighbors for all
Oh,
of
your
their
neighbors definitely have their hearts committed to Greenwich and they care. It's wonderful.
they sure do.
Thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Thank you, sir. Okay, now the last person is Andrea Bloom, who is representing the Glenville Pemberwick. I said it wrong, Andrea. Where'd she go? No. Andrea's disappeared. There she is. That is the weirdest thing. Okay, you just need to reset the
That was
clock.
the longest purgatory, I think, of the night. So
Yeah, it's really spooky. You're going to Cyberland. Andrea, if you would just
I'm here. Can you hear
there
me?
you are. Hi.
Okay, great. Hi. You know, it kind of boots you out and brings you back in again. Sorry, it
I
takes a minute.
know, but it's taking a very long time. It's leaving people in cyberspace a long time. So I wasn't doing it tonight. I was just letting people talk without promoting them. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so anyway, I am the head of the Pembroke Glenville Association, but I'm not representing the association tonight. I'm here as a neighbor. And as I went through and just listened to everyone speak, I'm so proud of my neighbors. You know, everyone has such love for each other and for our community, and we all care about each other. It consists of smaller lots, and this is an older neighborhood with smaller lots. Most of them are under, half an acre, or they're like under an acre, every lot that's here. We have diverse background of families ranging from retired people in their 80s to families with children. And the neighborhood's really changed in the last 10 years. There's been such a boom of families and kids and so much energy in the area. By default, this is one of the most affordable areas in Greenwich. So when the developer speaks of helping nurses and police and teachers, he should know that we're already here. This is where we live. And we cannot cause harm to the people already living here, even because we need more affordable housing, because this is by default affordable, this area. And we really want to keep it safe for everyone that lives here. So I just want to thank all of you for hearing all of us and for the great work that you do, and for being here every meeting, which is very long usually for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bloom. So with that, that is the end of our public participation. The extra things that we really hadn't talked about were, and at some point we'll come to it. And again, it's got to be, what are the issues associated? Is they're asking about construction phasing and just construction for years and years, Mr. Carrier. One of the things I wondered is, would you consider only doing the first part of your application at this time? Had you considered doing just discussing the parking lot piece? Because you're not really going to get to the mill buildings anytime soon anyway. So would you need to do the all of the 3 stages now?
The building by the waterfall is, I think, a very viable and important component of the development. I don't want to commit to anything.
Just think about it.
To the extent, yeah, I'd like to.
I mean, what I'm suggesting is construction traffic is also, it is to alleviate the construction traffic, but you could do a phasing plan as well. You would be required to, you heard, you know that we're going to make sure that you have fire department sign off and all safety issues addressed. People were asking whether the building structure would support in what I call the storage building, we'll call it the waterfall building. that one, whether how it would do with the work you're going to do with it. So there was that. Whether you were going to have to do blasting, you would have to address that. One of the things, and Patrick, I wanted to ask you about this, is so a traffic study would have to address where we are looking at life safety issues, where the incremental traffic, not whether there's incremental traffic and whether we like that, but where it creates a strain on our road system that is life safety, and therefore how we would address it. You know, signalization, stop signs. Somebody mentioned that the intersection probably needs to be signalized anyway, those kinds of things. Is there a life safety issue and how would you address it? Those are the key ones of what stands up under 830G. Does anybody have any other guidance for issues that Mr. Carrier should be addressing?
Well, I'd just like to understand from the applicant if there's any of these other issues that the applicant is willing to address the concerns of the neighbors. You don't have to now, I'm just saying.
I don't want to pass this off. We want to address everything. And I want to take time and make sure we don't give general answers, but we give very specific answers to the concern. They're very valid input, and that's why there's a pre-application process. We proceeded this way to have an opportunity to hear what the neighborhood felt about this and how we can best incorporate what we would like to do with what works on the site in our minds and what works for the town. So
I'm talking about the neighbors. I'm talking about the neighbors, not the town.
Right, the neighbors. Different. I mean, the flooding is a huge issue, but we're not contributing to the flooding, and we'll be able to show very succinctly and calculated how we're not adding any water to the river, and we basically have a parking lot that we're putting a building on. We're going to be keeping that water from going to the river. We make the condition better, not in a significant way, but in a meaningful way. The traffic, we're going to do our best to try to help come up with, to make some suggestions and see how we could participate in making Pembroke Park more accessible. I think that's an important thing for the town. I know there's a plan, a 15-year plan for the road and the sidewalk and maybe a side access or bridge, but we'll work through those. We'll have meetings with people to see if we can come to a consensus. Those are really the big parts, and we're not adding 440 cars right now. There's 200 cars effectively that park on the site. When it was in full operation, existing configuration, there was busing from the neighborhood, from another adjacent lot. So I don't think you're going to see the huge increase in strain, pig through a snake type situation, as you would have had when the building was in full operation. But I didn't hear any complaints about when the building was operating as an office building with 200 people plus buses. The 10 years, maybe the full phase. I'm hoping it's not, but it's going to go through some significant pieces where we start with the excavation work, and when the construction, there could be a year and a half of significant impact, and we'll try to phase that as best we can. But I don't see blasting and creating huge noise and quality of life issues for a 10-year period. I think it's probably 2 years phased over a couple different periods. And we'll be as sensitive as we can.
Anybody else?
Really not from Mr. Carrier, but I think actually one of the things that really kind of was sticking in my mind in terms of actually phasing is if a good portion of ledge needs to be removed in that construction phasing, I think actually having a contractor consult as to what is the effect of the ledge removal if required to dig out for a garage, and how does that affect the upstream dam that the property owner doesn't have control of, but I would assume is actually in the bedrock. One of the things that actually concerns me the most, and I think it's actually a kind of above and beyond everything here, is we heard from the receiver. I'd like to have staff actually discuss with them. I'd like to get a little bit more definitive information on this. It seems that we spent the last, maybe 2.5 hours talking about the project. But it raised a concern in my mind is that should we be discussing this if another party, the receiver, needs to consent to it? And if that consent hasn't been granted, or the receiver is just beginning to understand this, maybe there's other issues that need to be resolved prior to getting into the nuts and bolts of a site plan.
Well, that would make more sense to get clarity on that, because otherwise we're wasting our time.
Exactly.
Well, we, I believe we have asked once. Mr. LaRoe, do you want to comment on that again?
So the documentation that we received from the receiver, we did circulate to the law department to get an opinion. The opinion was that it does not appear that there's anything precluding the property owner from making the application or authorizing an application. It would be up to a judge to decide if anything going on here would be damaging the assets that are related to the bankruptcy. So
yes, because exactly, because the foreclosure proceedings are ongoing, and they can change and create a different situation on down the line, which we have no control over.
And I'm not quite sure if I heard correctly, people tonight say that there may be other encumbrances on the property that have different standards or more wording or language that I'm not aware of. But the ones that we have been circulated, at least before today, we have gotten input from law. And again, we're proceeding with the information that we have properly. I don't think the commission's out of order by listening to the application or taking comment from the public. But again, if anything related to the receivership is, impinging those parties involved, the judge is going to, hand that down, and we'll have those decisions as they come forth.
Well, and the other thing,
if I could,
yes, go ahead, Mr. Carrier. Yes.
I mean, I did send a letter to Mr. Legowitz's counsel, and I've copied the town on that. I believe his representations of his powers as receiver were greatly overstated, and there are some other obligations on his part. But we will make sure we get that addressed. I don't believe we're wasting the town's time, and we do intend to proceed with this application.
Okay. And also, right at this point, we have no legal standing in what we've done to date. So whatever opinion we get is a good one.
That's a great point, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that if this application comes back as a site plan application, that issue is going to have to be absolutely
addressed
clear, because we're not going to we're going to get answers from our council as well, and make decisions about having process done, based on that.
Okay. Alrighty. So Mr. Carrier, I don't think we have much more to tell you. I'm hearing a quiet commission. We've basically given you all the feedback on moving forward. Yes, would we like to see this be smaller, just in case you were wondering? Yeah, but we don't have the ability to ask you that as a condition under 830G. We would like to see this smaller, but legally we cannot require that of you. But you heard the sentiment that is created here. And if you drive around that neighborhood, this is very large, what you're doing in the neighborhood. There's no question about that. Okay, so with that, thank you very much for joining us, and also to your partner. I believe your partner was here as well. All right, thank you, sir.
You. Absolutely. Have a good night, everybody.
You don't want to say anything else, right? You didn't have any other comments for us?
Not right now. I really wanted to take some time to go back through and make sure I address everything rather than hitting on a couple points. And
you got work ahead of you, and we'll be here.
Yep.
Oh, and one thing we could add that we've done for an application we're going to hear tomorrow night is you can come back for another pre-app and say, hey, I uncovered this and blah, without spending money on plans, without moving forward, without getting committed to anything. You are always welcome to come back for a condition for a pre-application to have another discussion and to tell us if anything has transpired.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Commission, would you be horribly bummed out to go have dinner?
Just the former commissioner, Mr. Hegney.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hegney. I don't know what Patrick was thinking.
He wanted me to advise you that it was the dinner break and that you should come back in 15
Do you want me
minutes.
to take up the picture? Okay, so guys, can you do 15? You're probably going to appreciate having us be a little fresher.
20.
20 minutes. Mr. Lowe
20.
takes 20, needs 20 minutes. to
I want
chew.
everyone to be fresh, yes.
And we're
Not too
gonna,
fresh, though.
we still have a lot of people here, so I think a lot of people may be here to hear the next application. I'm not sure. But 20 minutes, it's now 7:21, so we'll reconvene at 7:41. And we'll do decisions and Mr. Hegney and the minutes, Nick. The minutes.
Yes, got it.
All right.
Not necessarily in that order, I hope.
No.
Thank you. And Pat, could you bring Rich Granoff in when we start up again? Thanks. See you all shortly.
Bianca, you putting up that PowerPoint?
Yes, I am.
All right. There he is. Okay. Is Jim A with you, Mr. Hegney?
No, Rich Granoff is with me. So
Okay.
that's it.
Hold on a second. Let me ask him. Jim A, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. It's good to see you all. I only came on to kibitz. I was wondering if discussions regarding 200 Pembroke were still underway.
No, they're done. We just finished and took a break. I'm sorry you missed it. It took about 2 hours.
It must have been a good one. All right, fine. I'm gonna leave the meeting. Thank you very much.
Feel free to send an email, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, okay. For our next discussion item, Greenwich Woods Realty LLC for a pre-app review to change from a skilled nursing facility to a 213 unit 830G apartment building on a 15.9 acre parcel on 1165 King Street. Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is, as the chair has stated, the Greenwich Woods Nursing Home at 1165 King Street. There is a separate facility just to the south, which is the Greens at Greenwich, which is an assisted living facility, which was until recently the only assisted living facility that the town had approved on a for-profit basis. Bianca, if you could bring up the presentation material and go to slide 9.
Oh, we get to
I just-
skip 8 slides?
We'll go back. I wanted to just make sure everyone was oriented as to which property this is. And so outlined in blue is the nursing home. It's almost 16 acres. The assisted living facility is immediately to the south. Convent of the Sacred Heart is to the north. United Cerebral Palsy is just to the upper left and is located mostly in New York, although partially in Connecticut. The cluster conservation zone that you approved earlier last year is that open field, which is going to be preserved, which is to the east. And Chieftains, which you can see as smaller lots, is directly to the south. There are a couple of single-family homes also between the nursing home and Chieftains.
Mr. Hegney, quickly, the conservation area, is that that kind of a squarish shape with the cut in it behind the assisted living facility?
Yes.
It's that where the cursor is?
Where the cursor is now is the open wetland meadow, which has now been transferred as a conservation easement to the Greenwich Land Trust.
But is it part of the project property?
No, I'm just trying to explain who the adjacent property owners are. The property that's involved here is just what is outlined in blue. There is an area, roughly a square area that's heavily wooded. That is the area that would become a septic area if that were required. When we came to you back in 2021, we were looking to use the existing building footprint and build up off of the second floor. After looking at that with structural engineers, we realized that that was not feasible. And that's what's prompting us to come back with this proposal. In the meantime, however, we did continue our negotiations with Westchester County and the sewer agreement with Westchester, which was 30 years starting in 2000, has now been extended to 2064 through 2064 for that sewer agreement. So we're anticipating that during the life of the new building, that it would still have the sewer connection to Westchester. The property is served by Aquarian Water. I don't think the convent is. I don't think any of the properties to the north are served by Aquarian. This is the last one. So this involves a new building, which, as the chair said, is 213 units with 254 parking spaces. It would be a 5-story building. There are a number of wetland pockets on the site. If we could go back to slide 3, please, Bianca. And if we could blow it up just a bit. So we're showing the 2 large parking areas on the north part of the site. And there are 2 small wetland pockets. The larger one is going to be preserved. Over last year, we walked the site with then wetland director Pat Sesto. It was Bill Kenny and Larry Liebman who walked the site with her. And she determined that those could be supplanted elsewhere on the site where we will be able to add to and augment 2 larger wetland areas that are on the eastern portion of the property. It's not done all the time, but I have done it on a number of occasions where you take what is not particularly a viable, particularly valuable wetland, and you support one that is much larger and more valuable. Usually it is not on a one-to-one replacement. It's usually 2 or 3 times the size of what you're replacing. But that is done, and it's an effective way of supporting more valuable wetlands on the site. And that's how we're able to put those 2 parking areas to the north. Although we have not yet met with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, it is something we plan to do so that we can review with them the discussions that they have had with other potential developments on 8-30G in terms of assisted housing at the site. There is also some consideration being given for maintaining a portion of the skilled nursing facility that's currently there. And that's something that is under review and discussions with the owners of the property and the state. With that, I'll ask Rich Granoff to go through the plans with you to show what we're proposing here. Rich?
Great. Thanks, Tom. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Bianca, can I take control of the screen? Is that possible? It's just easier.
No, sorry, Rich, not from our standpoint. So if you
Okay.
want to,
No,
you want to share
that's fine. I'll get through it. It's not a problem. Yeah, and we can actually start with the existing site. So as Mr. Hegney pointed out, I want to clarify the wetlands. And we work very closely with SE Minor, Bill Kenny, and Pat Sesto on this. In the upper right is an existing wetland that Mr. Kenny documented, and SE Minor as well. Lower right, same thing. And then if you go to the north, the middle of the northern section of the site, there's a wetland there that we're also maintaining. Nope, over to the left. Now that's the first one I talked about. The third one is right there. And the only one that we're talking about relocating is the one below that, to the south of that. And that was determined by Mr. Kenny and Ms. Sesto and Larry Liebman to be an extremely unimportant, low-quality wetland. So that's the only ask, is to relocate that. And as you'll see in the plan I'm going to talk about, we're maintaining the entire area around the wetland to just to the north of that. So the big picture here, can we go to the color slide, like the third or fourth one, please? That's the main one I'm going to talk about. One more. Yes, perfect. So this is the epitome of what I call a site-specific design. Literally, we determined that the parking would be best located to the north, and we wanted to maintain as much open space on this 16-acre property to really design a building around an open recreational area.
Sorry, hold on.
No problem. It's fidgety. Around an open recreational area, which I'll talk more about. And so that began the design process with the let's call it the western bar of the building, and the building's 2 wings around a central lobby and amenities package, which I'll talk about. But so the western bar is the existing street entrance will be maintained, and it is a 2-way ingress egress set up with a planted divider, and it was determined by the team and Bernie Adler that we would maintain that existing ingress egress, which is directly across from Lincoln Avenue, and as we all know, that creates a safer ingress egress when you have a kind of a 4-way setup there. So approaching the site, you'd come in, you would turn left, and that would take you to this large surface parking area. We have a total of 260 or 70 parking spaces. 80% of them would be to the north of that western wing. And there's an ancillary parking area to the east. And that was added to service the eastern wing of the building. And the eastern wing of the building actually jogs to basically avoid both of the wetlands that are to the north and south of it. So it's located there for that purpose. The width of the building is a typical double-loaded apartment building, which is 75 feet. And that's why this looks like a long, narrow building, which actually it is. But again, this is a 16-acre property. And I think the coverage of the building is maybe 15% or so of the entire site. So obviously coverage is not an issue or an ask here. The recreation area I talked about, you can see on the southern part of the property. The octagon part of the building is an indoor pool. I'll take you back to that when I get to the first floor plan. And the idea is that indoor pool spills out to patios left and right with barbecues and lounge chairs and spaces for residents to use. And then to the east of that is a great lawn, if you will. And to the east of that again is it's a retention pond that we're planning to have a boardwalk over, and in essence, we're creating a walking path around the entire site, which is really a spectacular property. And we are trying to develop the site in that, or not develop a lot of the site, if you will. Leave most of the trees you're looking at are existing, and we would just supplement those trees. And one thing I forgot to point out, to the north, you can see the large parking lot is actually not one big large parking lot, but it's broken into an eastern lot and a western lot with that wetland that I mentioned before in the middle of that, and that would be planted out heavily. And obviously the parking lot itself would be planted out. So we're trying to create an kind of a suburban oasis, if you will, where we have this building in the middle of the site, and all around there would be useful areas to recreate, beautiful vistas of planted mature trees, planted areas. We have some pickleball courts in there, and a bunch of other amenities, tables and chairs, et cetera, throughout. So let's go to the colored floor plan. I don't know if it's the next one. It's probably the next one.
Yes,
Bianca,
the
thank
next
you.
one, Rich.
Yeah. So this is a 5-story building. There's no parking in the building itself. So it's because of the setting, we felt that first floor apartments would actually be beneficial. If you look at the eastern wing, those are actually patios at grade for each of those apartments. So someone that wanted to be at grade, that had a dog, that had kids, that could run out and play in the yard. And then because the property slopes from front up to the back, the western wing, actually those are terraces that are slightly above grade at the eastern wing of the eastern part of the western wing. And I'll show you in the rendering as you get towards the western edge or the entrance to the property, those units are about 4 to 6 feet above grade at that point. So they have terraces, as you can see, but not walkout access. So if you go to the angled corner is the main entrance to the building, and we have a porte cochere for drop off and pickup, which takes you into a vestibule and then into a large grand lobby of sorts. And off of that, there's a there's a mailroom, and there's other building office space, if you will, leasing office, et cetera. And if you keep going on that diagonal, we've got kind of a lounge area in the lobby that's intended to be activated. And then through the doors into that green area is the indoor pool. And I forgot to mention off the yellow left and right. To the left is a gym, and to the right is a cafe of sorts. Not a full service restaurant, but it could probably end up being either vending machines or some type of delivery service where it's stocked every morning, etc. And we're not showing it here, but below this wing, below all this public space, there's more amenities in the lower level. And the intention is most of the basement will be used for storage, lockers, and mechanical, etc. So as I said, no habitable space in the basement, and no parking in this building.
So your basement is storage. So Mr. Granoff, I just wanted to stop you for a sec. Our normal idea is to allocate, if we can, I mean, obviously we didn't with the last one, 20 minutes or so for the applicant to present, and then we just give the basic feedback and guidance overall, 2 or 3 things that we would ask you to consider. This would not be the time to give us the full-blown application presentation. Is that where I just wanted to make sure you weren't headed there.
No, I'm done with the plan. I'm going to go to the renderings, and that's it.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome. So we can go to the couple of renderings, Bianca. Upper floor, same thing. And these are just 2 conceptual renderings. The lower one would be the view from King Street, but in all essence, it's pretty heavily wooded. And this is probably 150 feet set back from the street. So you might see a snippet of this view from the street. This is really the view when you drive in and get closer to the building. This is the corner you would turn to park on the left and head straight back to get to the main entrance. And the view on the top is from the entry. That's the porte cochere you're seeing there, looking back towards King Street. And the one thing I want to say, we know this is a long building, and architecturally the goal is to break it up into components so it doesn't feel like a very long building.
Okay.
That's all I got for now.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
But what are you going to do to make it not look like a long building, which it looks like right now? You said you're going to break it up, but anything in particular are you going to do? Are you going to?
Yes, there's a couple of different things we're doing. They don't totally show great in these 2 views, but as you can see in the lower rendering, we're taking that end and we're kind of breaking the building into components with slots in between each of those masses. And it's a common technique. We actually did a bunch of precedent research on how other architects have successfully, historically, broken up long buildings. And there's a lot of examples in London, for example. You can think about entire blocks where there's, extremely long, twice as long as this building. And the way it's typically done is you break it into pieces, massing wise. That's one approach. And you can see there's these slots at every 10 windows. There's a slot that breaks it up into 6 apartments, per mass. And that's one approach, and we'll get deeper into that when we come back with a full application. And the second is it's a 5-story building, and we are clearly delineating the base of the building with a datum, and then we will do the same thing at the top floor. So in essence, there'll be a base, 3 stories, and a top floor that's accentuated. And you see the beginnings of that in these renderings. But as I said, we're very early in the design stage. You can see the same breakup of the massing in the plan itself. Those slots are obvious as well.
And can I just ask you about the wetland? You said that one of the wetlands is not very useful, or I don't remember what word you used, but what, can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Sure, I can show it to you on the plan.
And are you enhancing any of the other ones as a result, or you're not doing anything like that?
Mr.
Tom, maybe you can
Levy,
speak to
perhaps
that.
I can break in here. When I've brought these to the wetland agency in the past, They have generally looked at least 2-to-1 replacement within an adjacent to a more valuable wetland, one that provides more of a habitat to wildlife and is larger in size. And that's why we're taking the two, there's a very small sliver and then the one just to the left of that where the cursor is, that did not appear to be all that valuable. And I think Bill Kenny's feeling as the soil scientist looking at it was perhaps another soil scientist would go out there and not think that it was necessarily a wetland. So you're looking to utilize the site better, enhance the natural habitat, and improve the wetland function. And that's an approach that the Wetland Agency has found to be both appropriate and acceptable on other projects.
So in other words, this is not uncommon.
It is not uncommon, no.
So, Mr. Hegney, I really don't understand the wetlands thing still, but when you get to the application, if IWWA has signed off on this application and they approve it, that's our signal to go ahead. As you know, they have standing that's above zoning. They stand up to an 830G. I don't need to tell you all of that, Mr. Hegney. They override whatever you want to do for an 830G.
Yes.
There was something that it kept throwing me over the weekend as I was looking at this. When you did the site plan application, I'm just saying you put number of units presently 217, proposed 213, and then you left bedrooms blank. When you come back and do this, you have 217 beds approved right now. The line next to it should show how many bedrooms you're going to have. You don't have units right now. You have rooms in a nursing home. And it misleads anybody who reads it because it looks like, wow, you're reducing, you're going to have 4 less units, but that's not actually what's going on. So I think if you would be a little more transparent in that, the parking number, I hope works. So I'm just going to give you my big picture. You heard yesterday, I'm going to start out with, you heard us talk, we were worried about sewer. If you've got the sewer agreement going out, we're going to be just wanting to make sure that the flows can be handled. We're obviously going to want to make sure that Aquarian can supply the water because this is going to be an intensification, I believe, of use. I do expect though, oh, can someone turn off their second computer, please? The nursing home may be very water intensive because I think they do a lot of laundry. So, and I don't know, they also have a lot of waste, a lot of the stuff isn't reused. So just what your flows are going to be that the Aquarian can meet them. You're obviously going to need to tell us that. Fire access to this building to the equipment should be relatively good for the equipment, but the other thing is, your fire department sign off. I was troubled reading this because I didn't really understand why an 830G here, where you have minimal access to transit. King Street has a bus, right?
Yes. In fact, the bus stop is right in front of this building, both going north and south, and
it goes into Portchester, right?
Yes.
That bus line. So it goes down into downtown Portchester, and then you could theoretically, so you've got some transit, right?
Yes.
Some accessibility, which would, and your total bedrooms were how many in all these units in the 213? Do you know yet?
I do 387 is what I have.
Yeah, so see, that's why I was feeling like it. You guys get me that why it didn't feel transparent to me. So you currently have 217 bedrooms and you're going to 387. That's definitely an intensification. And I got it, it's an 830G, but it's good for the commission to understand that. So you've addressed the environmental issues. I imagine you don't have any contamination on that site from the previous use, but it's always good to find out because you never knew what people did with their waste in olden days, and some of it was not admirable. I
Mm-hmm.
am a little surprised you're thinking of keeping the skilled nursing, some skilled nursing there. What would be the reason for that?
Something scaled down from the 217 beds we have that may be needed in the community and be of assistance for Nathaniel Witherell, which is now the only nursing home we have in town, other than Greenwich Woods. So the thought is that it could be a valuable component and something that that we would consider within the proposed footprint and scale of the building that you see now.
So I'm not sure if Bob Barilak was feeling under the weather, so I don't know if he's here. But my understanding is skilled nursing, in order to break even at all, needs economies of scale. You need to be big because it's extraordinarily expensive. I would suggest you consider assisted living for some of the units. It makes more sense. The economics of skilled nursing are tough. You know that. I mean, we've all lived that with family members and talking to administration in these places, but they're tough. I would consider assisted living, possibly senior assisted living. And that would also, you could maybe do that as some of your 830G, some of your affordability. That it might be an interesting idea for you. I'm just thinking out loud, but the description we had of McKinney Terrace when we heard it was really people who might have needed assistance, normally single, and at a very low income level. If you were in fact to work with the trust and you got a different mix of units, maybe you could do assisted living and provide a service in this part of town. I don't know if it's worth it. I'm just throwing it out there as a thought. I'm not seeing major life safety, but I do want to see you address the environment. Folks, other comments for them, general guidelines, and do you guys want to take down?
Mr. Hegney,
Do you want to take this down, Bianca?
the detention ponds, are they actually rain gardens?
Yes.
They are, okay.
Yes, and those exist to the southeast and southwest on the site.
Okay.
Those are part of.
I remember just recently, I'm not too sure if it was one of your applications, but I remember recently we had a long discussion about structures in a rain garden. This was I think it was a coastal application. Some kind of a patio had to be moved out because it was proposed to be built on top of it. I think actually if there's a boardwalk or something running through the detention basins, that might need to be looked at. The sewer
yes.
The sewer
Thanks.
easement that goes through, that collects up the other site and goes through this site to the pump station at the street.
Yes, correct.
And the pump station, I assume, would stay with the generator, so on and so forth?
Yes.
Okay. It seems one corner of the building is actually on top of the easement.
Looks like when you made that comment the other day, I did look at it, and it appears that there is a small portion of the building that would encroach into the easement area. We can adjust that.
Well, we already know how Mr. Faminella feels about that if you were listening earlier tonight. So yes. So thank you, Nick, for noticing that.
Is Mr. Adler with you tonight?
No, he's not joining us this evening.
Okay. Reading through the traffic study, it always seemed to kind of go back to that there's a level of service.
Recording in progress.
Level of service out on King Street at E and F. And it doesn't seem to get any better. And it's always at E and F. I think actually if you do return, having him address that, because it would seem to me that if we're right now, no build at E and F, we're not going to get any better. I'm kind of concerned about that.
All right, we'll certainly look at it.
Especially as regards emergency response.
So 2064, you said that that agreement's okay to 2064. So that's what, 40 years from now, right? That kind of thing. What happens at 2065?
I'm sorry?
what happens to 2065? It has to be
I would
renegotiated?
anticipate that somewhere around 2055, the owners of the property will start negotiations with Westchester County on extending it. That's what has happened in the past. That's why we started the discussion a while ago, knowing that it expired in 2030, to make sure that we would have it continue. It is not an insignificant sum that Westchester County receives on an annual basis for accepting the sewerage. So I think that it's a value to the site and to the Greens at Greenwich. It's also a value to Westchester County.
Okay. And then both sites actually are served by by Westchester. If it went sideways, would that area that's been set aside be able to take both buildings as proposed?
Yes, that was part of, I think, the one we did in 1997. Could have been the one that was in 92 with the expansion. And it certainly was part of the discussion when I had the assisted living facility approved in the late 90s.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you did that one too?
I did.
Downstream, do you happen to know actually where the sewer treatment plant is that serves the site? Is it Portchester, or I think it's Larchmont, or farther down?
I am not sure. We can certainly find that out.
Yes, please. I think one of the concerns I have here is that actually, if this goes down to Portchester, they're in a building boom. It'd be good to know actually that they've got something coming their way, if you know what I mean.
Well, they would have to sign off. So we would ask them the questions. Patrick is going to have to make sure that any impact on an adjacent community is addressed.
Mr. Hegney, one last thing. We're getting 30% of the 213 apartments. Is that what I heard?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you haven't gone to the trust fund yet?
No. When that came up as part of the discussion, the briefing yesterday, we did get together and talk about that. And certainly the owners of the property are interested in pursuing that.
Yeah, and an interesting, just thinking out loud, is if you did do assisted, it's more profitable than skilled, and you could potentially give more below market units, a higher percentage of below market units. I mean, this is a large development, and I'm always uncomfortable with large developments, but on the other hand, you do have a lot of bedrooms there right now. And you seem to have the infrastructure, and that's the big question. Mr. Wells?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As the Chairwoman just indicated, this is a very large project. And I went on Granoff Architects website, so I have a question for Mr. Granoff. And that is, I looked at one of the projects you highlight is Osprey Point, which is a large single family home, which has, incredible energy efficiencies. You're using heat pumps, solar panels, well insulated envelope. Anyway, state of the art in a number of areas. Obviously, energy efficiency is very important to us because this is a large project. So I guess my comment is be very helpful for our team that reviews the energy narrative if you could do energy modeling at the outset in terms of different energy efficiency metrics, and also provide us with targets for those different metrics. And these metrics are provided in the review forms that EMAC has, and I'm pretty sure they're on our website. But Mr. Granoff, if you could comment, maybe it's too early in terms of, what are your sort of overall goals in terms of sustainability for this project?
Sure. It's never too early to talk about sustainability in all of my projects. I've been a lead AP for 10 years, and I feel it's very important for the architectural profession to educate our clients, not only in the importance of having efficient buildings, but in how to get there and to educate them on the cost benefits of integrating all the tools we have as professionals into their buildings to make them as sustainable as possible. So all of our projects, especially a large multifamily, we would encourage our clients to make the envelopes super efficient, to do rooftop solar, to have large amounts of EV chargers, which is increasing more and more. I could go on for a long time, but I think you understand the idea. So it's very important to us, and I'll make sure it's very important to our clients to understand that the investment, if you will, and especially with electricity prices just shot up ridiculously high in locally, it's even more urgent now to address it. So when we come back for a full application, I'll go deep into that so that the commission understands it. I'd like to make all my multifamily projects in Greenwich models for what's to come.
Great, that's terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Granoff, I don't know if he has it on his website, but Mr. Granoff also designed the building to the south of Town Hall. My geography is sometimes a little challenged, but that's
The
south,
modern.
right? The
Yeah,
modern is
west-
south,
Yeah,
west.
the
right?
modern. And we
West.
also just
Southwest,
finished,
yeah.
we finished
No,
the
it's
mill
southwest.
last year.
Yeah.
Not far from here, we finished the mill, and that's got extensive rooftop solar, very large system, and EV chargers, et cetera.
Speaking of EV chargers, probably by the time, if you do apply, I see this as de novo. These units is, they're new because you don't have apartments right now. You're going to be redoing all the parking. So the state law does mandate that for every 30 parking spaces, you have an EV charger. Did I get that right, Arn?
Yep.
A project has a minimum of 30 parking spaces, 10% has
Yeah.
to be allocated to EV
Yep.
chargers.
So you will, yeah, so I said it wrong. So we will probably have put in a regulation to conform with the state statute by the time you come back to us. And in any event, state statute mandates. So you can expect to do EV unless you disagree with our read of the statute. Anything else from people? Any other comments? Bob Barilak, I saw you on mute. They said they were going to talk to the trust. This is your last opportunity probably to speak before you're recused. Did you want to say anything?
I'm delighted to recuse to any application who wants to talk to the trust. We are here to serve in the ways that the public knows, and Mr. Hagney has been very, very, very availing of himself to learn what we can offer. I'm very grateful that he and his client are going to be talking to us.
Great. Anybody else want to make comments about this? Guidance. Okay, so I think, Mr. Hagney, we're talking about just addressing all the basic 830G issues. And I would only, one final thing, even though it's an 830G, would you guys be okay with going to the ARC and taking their input? I know that can be touchy for 830G applicants. Technically, you don't have to do that, but just consider it. You don't have to answer that now. But if you
We
would
will
consider
certainly
it,
consider it.
come back to us first is what I would suggest. And let's make sure, because the key issue is address all the health, safety, environmental, and then let's see. And to Mr. McRae's point, that ENF for the traffic is a concern. I'm mainly concerned for an 830G, bad traffic is not an issue unless it's a life safety issue. So of course you've got to look at emergency vehicle access. But I think a nursing home would not do well if it didn't have the ability to get patients to the hospital. So seeing that there's no further comment, does anybody from the public wish to speak about this application? We still have quite a few people here. Does anybody from the public wish to speak about the application at 1165 King Street? Please raise your virtual hand. Nope. Okay. So basically, we gave you core issues.
Yes, very, and that is why we come here for these pre-applications. Couple of thoughts I just want to mention as we're going forward. Regal Care, which was on the other side of King Street and got flooded out in the storm a year ago, September, only had 75 beds and had been a successful for-profit nursing home for a long time. So can work on a smaller scale. And to respond to Mr. McRae's comment about the boardwalk, the project that we did that has just developed the conservation easement in the wetland meadow, that had a boardwalk through the wetlands that not only the commission approved, but both wetlands and conservation had looked at and found to be appropriate. I think the structures we were talking about were really drainage structures that were going to have a more negative impact on the wetland areas rather than something passive and static like a boardwalk.
Okay. All right.
Just
Well,
wanted to mention those two things.
well, you're going to get through IWWA probably before you get to us, right?
That's the plan. Yes, we would,
Okay.
Based on the feedback we're getting here, as long as we think we can address all of the issues that you raised, we will then go to the wetland agency and at that point then come back to you.
And Patrick, have you reached out to Westchester?
No, Madam Chair, that typically is required as part of the action when there's an
Okay.
application made. So, but we
Okay.
can, well, I mean, it sounds like the applicant has reached out regarding the sewer, so that they should be aware of some of the implications, but.
Yeah, but it doesn't, their DPW doesn't necessarily talk to, you don't know who's talking to who. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it
So
will
at
be,
some point-
yeah, it's a requirement of when we receive an application, so it will be sent to Rybrook and Portchester.
So the reason I was asking is for the BEX, we went to Rybrook before they haven't filed yet, and we've been talking to Rybrook all along. So maybe you want to reach out to your friends in Rybrook.
Will do.
Of course, that's for tomorrow night, but that was North Castle.
North Castle.
And Katie did set up a meeting
Yeah.
where we had New York City DEP. We had Westchester Traffic, DEP as well, fire, police from Greenwich and from Armonk. It was a very instructive meeting, mainly because the only way you can access that site is from New York,
Right.
and that's a little different than this.
It's a little different, but it's still worth having the conversation early to give them the heads up. And that's the same reason. As I remember, they actually came to the very first pre-app that we did on the BEX. And
Yes,
that's when
they
we
did.
said, yeah, well, sure, we'd be delighted to talk to you. Okay, so I think we can send you to go work the issues, but as you know, you are always welcome to come back before you have all the documents done and come talk to us if you hit something of question. I always have, I'm just going to say this to Mr. Granoff because he's heard me say this before. I always have this fantasy of little houses with yards, the way Havemeyer Park was after the war, because that's what young people want when they have families. And that's what we don't have in town and we can't offer. And we have very limited opportunities to do that. And that probably doesn't work for your client, but it's just saying it's a residential, you could do it as a residential use and not as a multifamily. It's just another approach, I know, but I always think that having that kind of cluster, doing clusters and those, I'm blanking on the term, but there's a zoning concept of clustering small groups of houses around a common green space, that kind of thing. People talk about it. Westport, as you know, Mr. Granoff has done one and it's phenomenally exciting. But we still don't have anything like that. Okay, now we have public comment and Peter Alexander has his hand up. I suppose I should have sent you guys on your way before, but because we did a lot. No, I didn't mean that, Peter Alexander. I wasn't picking on you. All right, Mr. Alexander, go ahead. Mr. Alexander has his hand up. All right, I don't know what happened to him. He's not there now. Okay. All right, so I guess you guys thought about it and looked at it, but again, what I see, the people who came to the city, all the young families that came from the city to here, that they wanted was their little piece of green. Okay, so just saying. And with that, I guess back to sending you on your way.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, vastly relieved that Pat has lost his bet on when the meeting would end.
Feel like that was a game against me, Madam Chair, you know?
Yeah, as soon as you open your mouth. So today he said it's going to be a really short meeting. I'm like, no, don't say the S word.
I'm gonna say long meetings from now on and just leave them.
Yeah. Okay, we're almost done here, folks. We got some decisions to make and minutes to approve. Mr. McRae, are you feeling like doing that?
Yes, take care of this.
Okay, we have,
Okay, so as I see it, we have
1, 2, 3, 4 decisions and then the minutes.
okay, so what was it, text amendment?
Sure.
Sir.
Text amendment, landscape regulations, PLPZ, oops, 2022-478. This amendment will modify section 6.5, 694, 695, and replace section 176 to 183 of the building zone regulations. The commission finds that the suggested revisions are in keeping with guiding principle 4, specifically objective 4.1 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, motion to approve the text amendment as proposed.
And that Westcog has signed off as no intermunicipal impact.
Yep, that too.
That too. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Yeski.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. I can't believe it finally happened. Okay, next one is
Binney Lane.
Benny.
Binney Lane, 1 Binney Lane, application PLPZ 2022-507, final re-subdivision. Applicants requesting final re-subdivision to create 2 lots from one existing 39,426 square foot lot in the R12 zone. The commission finds that the re-subdivision would create 2,800 square foot lot containing an existing residence, then an 11,426 square foot lot that remain as open space per section 261 of the subdivision regulations. The map establishing the existing lot was recorded at the town of Greenwich Land Records in July of 1936 as map 1692. The applicant meets the standards of sections 258, so on and so forth, of the Greenwich subdivision regulations and section 205 of the building zone regulations, and is neither a subdivision, it's not a subdivision, it's a re-subdivision. Zoning issue comments dated 11/30 indicating proposal meets the BZR. Conservation issued comments dated January 23rd, 23, indicating satisfaction with the proposal. Engineering issued comments dated at 11/29 indicating comments to the proposal, and sewer issued comments on 11/30/22 requesting applicant submit the signed letter of acknowledgement. DEP issued comments on 11/23 indicating no comment, and wetlands issued a green sheet on 9/14/22 dating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the application with the following comments. A map suitable for recording on the town land record shall be submitted to P&Z staff for review. The map shall reference the recorded declaration. A final declaration of covenants and restrictions shall be submitted to planning and zoning staff and law department for review. The declaration shall reference the recorded map date and number. The recording map shall indicate parcel B as open space. Prior to filing the map, all wire fences shall be removed from the open space parcel. The recording map shall indicate a note that the encroaching stockade fence is to be removed or relocated outside of the open space property line. Prior to filing the map, a demarcation line marking the shared boundary of the open space shall be installed and recorded on the map. The demarcation shall be in the form of boulders at a maximum of 10-foot separation. The recording map shall indicate the storm drain notes as points 1A and B as requested by TPW Engineering in their 11/29/22 comment. Sewer Division requests the owners to have provided a letter dated 12/1/22 acknowledging receipt of their comments. And the applicant is to address any outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
I just wanted to mention, is there an opportunity here to just remark on the exemplary nature of this voluntary effort?
So
to,
what we were gonna do is, since it's hard to put into a decision, what we had asked the applicant is if they would give us the name of the property owner that would get it, who's, you know, the group, the family group, that we would ask Fred to send a letter thanking them.
Okay, so there's nothing to memorialize here to mention that. Okay.
I can't think of a way that we could put it into a decision. I guess we could put
Put a note on the map. Thanks a lot.
something like that.
Madam Chair, I think
It's a voluntary effort to
Okay.
preserve.
Okay, wait, Patrick is saying we can do it, so give him some words.
Well, I think right along the lines of Mr. Levy saying, and I
Okay.
will put the draft, but we could say something effective that this is a voluntary action to preserve
Create-
open space in the town of Greenwich and not create additional lots and et cetera, and
Of course, you know they can subdivide that other lot, even though they say they're not.
Well,
planning on it. Yeah.
you-
Okay, just saying.
in this moment.
In this moment, that 28,000 square feet is big enough to subdivide. I was always disappointed by that. Okay.
I feel like, Madam Chair, you're hard to shop for.
So, okay. So we would recognize it, and then it furthers the goals of the 2019 POCD as articulated. And there we go. So, because we've articulated the need for open space, and guys, this is our opportunity to say, and furthers the goals of the 2022 open space plan.
First
Which
mentioned, right?
Yeah, well, 2022 open space plan, and we say that it furthers the goals of those the open space plan as approved, and that gives us our first mention of it, which is cool. Okay, do I have a
Okay.
second?
Second.
All righty, Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Well, I was going to say something. I was trying to get your attention.
Oh, okay,
Can I ask a quick question?
sure.
Did I just hear that we condition this on that fence?
No, it's just gonna say it on the
A note.
Mylar. It's just
Okay,
gonna have a note on the Mylar.
okay,
The statement, the recording map shall indicate a note that the encroaching stockade fence is to be removed or relocated outside of the open space property line.
So it
I-
can be done in 50 years if they have trouble getting it done.
okay, I just wanted to understand that.
Yeah,
I-
we were trying to cut them
I
slack.
vote aye to answer your
Aye.
question.
Yeah. I love the fact that we can cite the open space plan. Okay, Mr. Levy,
I
Macri,
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the 2 for Grigg Street.
Okay, 12 Creek Street for zoning map amendment, PLPZ 2022-507. Applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment to rezone 4,336 square feet of a property from the CGB to the CGB HO zone. The commission finds that the applicant has satisfied the procedure for HO zone designation as outlined under 6-109B2 by providing significant background on the existing structure, its original owner, and relevance in Greenwich history. The proposal was referred to the Historic District Commission for comment as provided under section 6109B1 and 3. HD has submitted a letter dated 10/20/22 endorsing their recommendation for the application of the HO designation. Therefore, motion to approve the application for zoning map amendment.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Wait a second. On the zoning map amendment, we also have to say that it's consistent with the POCD. Correct?
And as part of the special permit or 6109 that we've received comments from related agencies such as the HDC.
Yeah, he did say that. That part he didn't, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, it's just the POCD.
And then
that he didn't-
POCD, I believe it's number 1.
Okay.
For a second.
Yeah.
And Nick, you put in the hedge, the 4 foot.
Actually, there's two
That'd
places.
be in the
Around
second,
the,
that'd be the second part.
text
You
amendment.
can just say it's consistent with the POCD. It's a rezone. You can just say it's consistent.
Give me 1 second. I'll double check. I have it right here in front of me.
Hey, you know, it's getting to our bedtime.
What are you talking about? It's not 9 o'clock yet. Okay, guiding principle 1.
Well, that's preserving community character, but there's one on historic spaces within that. But that's good enough. Just say 1.
Okay, objective 1.1.
Yeah.
Sense
there
of
you go.
place.
Yeah, there you go. Keep that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Levy, did you second this?
Yes.
All right, Levy has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
McRae,
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the final site plan and special permit.
Okay, 12 Greg Street, final site plan, special permit, PLPZ 2022-531. The applicant seeking to add to, alter, and renovate the existing structure to a mixed-use building on first 2 floors to contain office uses, with the 3rd floor being residential on a 4,336 square foot property located in the CGB HO zone. The applicant was granted HO zone designation for the property as outlined under 6109. The commission finds per section 6109 that the required parking can be waived. The commission notes that the proposal does not seek the maximum allowed incentive of floor area and meets the standards for zoning in the CGB zone. The commission supports a historical marker to be placed on the structure if the property owner deems appropriate. The commission finds that conservation issue comments dated 12/30 with recommendations to the project. Zoning issue comments 1/4/23 indicating proposal meets requirements of the BZR. Sewer issue comments dated 1/5/23 requesting applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of comments. DPW engineering, the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption letter dated 4/13/22. And the wetlands issued a green sheet dated 11/22 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the application with the following conditions. Prior to zoning permit per 6109B10, the applicant shall prepare a perpetual declaration of preservation of restrictions. The declaration shall be reviewed by the Town of Greenwich Law Department for accuracy and completeness, and the declaration shall be filed in the Town of Greenwich Land Records. The proposed fence surrounding the front yard should be 72 inches high along the eastern property line. Then the height reduced to no higher than the proposed hedge. The proposed hedge around the front yard should be maintained at a height of no more than 48 inches. Per conservation comments, English ivy should be removed. Per sewer division request, the owners have provided a letter dated 1/9/23 acknowledging the receipt of the sewer division comments, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okay, you good? You guys are good with your hedge fence?
So the fence is at 6 feet along the alleyway.
Yeah,
Then at the street, it drops down. The hedge will be 4 feet tall. And a fence for the pet would be on the inside at the same height.
okay.
I think that's
Right.
what we had talked about. I think that's what everybody agreed to. If not, let me know right now.
Nick, is there an elevation change going along the street?
Yes.
Yes.
So the 4 feet is going to also show that change in elevation?
Hold on
I
a
mean, is it
second.
gonna
let me
follow the
just-
grade or is it going to be straight, level with, plumb?
Because
It's probably gonna follow the street, but it's relatively flat. I think there is severe grade happens farther up the street. So it'll be, if you say it's gonna follow the curb line, it'll be 4 feet, but following the sidewalk and curb line. So it won't look like an angle, it'll actually follow that.
Yeah.
It'll be parallel to the ground.
Mr. Lee, I think the yard is flat and the street is angle. The grade starts to climb. So they're
So-
separate. Yeah.
Right. Mr. Haslam actually indicated there was a retaining wall on the alley side. So the grade does drop from the alley into the front yard of the building.
Okay.
I'm sure they'll figure that out.
All right, okay, I think staff can, they'll sign off on it before it goes in the fence. I think they know what needs to happen with it.
I think it's
Um,
very detailed, the decision. So I think we're.
Yeah, I think it's clear. Okay, doke, so do I have a second?
Second,
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
aye.
Macri,
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we are
Minutes.
done for the
Minutes.
night.
No, minutes.
Oh, the
minutes.
minutes. I always forget your minutes. So
Give me
I
a
just
second.
want to ask, is this being bled out slowly? So we're going to have,
Yes.
you're going to go out. So even though we're on Zoom, we have to have minutes for all the meetings that we were on Zoom for?
We had a hold. There was a time where we didn't have to, but then there was a time where we came back and then it was unclear what what the prospect of doing that was, and we got clarification, and now we have to go back and do minutes for the meetings that were outside of a particular time period.
How difficult is that?
It's not.
It's going to be about four a meeting, and we'll probably be caught up by the middle of the year.
Well,
So-
you can't do them faster because someone's got to listen to our meetings and do the minutes.
No, it's more of Mr. Macrai's attention to devoting on looking over these things. So
Yeah.
Oh,
we're
it's
just-
all Nick's fault.
Besides
no,
the,
it's not Nick's fault, but it's his. We're trying to do it at a pace that is not overbearing.
Oh, yeah, let's just here comes the bus, Nick.
uh-huh.
But
So
there's absolutely no rush, so we're.
As
good.
I'm doing my best work under the bus. Yeah, with staff, we agreed to actually do the 4 at a time until we get it done.
Okay.
It's that kind of thing. So that actually secretarial certificates, all the stuff that got kind of goofed on COVID. So
Well, Hagney's gone, but there's the legend of some secretary. I always tell it, some secretary of P&Z, when that person stepped down, there were years worth of minutes that had not been proofread. And therefore that person was so backlogged in correcting minutes that there were years worth of undone minutes.
We're not that bad, but we're
And
getting
who
there.
noticed?
The poor person who had to go back after the
Yeah.
person stepped down, and there were years worth of minutes that were just sitting there would not approve them. Okay, you guys. Okay, Yeski, I see you. We're going to stop. Go ahead. Minutes.
okay, as the minutes for the 6:30,
Yeski, don't go away. You got to vote.
6:05:20, 9:11:20, and 9:22:20 public hearings have been distributed. Are there any corrections? Seeing that there are no requested corrections, the minutes therefore motion to approve as distributed.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
aye.
Mr. Macri,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. And now we're done for the night.
And it's
Right.
not 9 o'clock.
Okay,
Who
well,
wants to
let's
go to the
talk
little
for,
pub?
Well, don't we get to meet again tomorrow?
yeah, we get to meet again tomorrow. You got to add the
Good
two
night.
meetings. Bianca, we'll see you tomorrow night. You're
Yeah.
subbing for Patrick tomorrow
Did
night,
you send
right?
out,
Yes,
you
I am.
sent something out already for tomorrow?
Yeah, it's the
We-
same.
Yeah.
5:00.
It's the same Zoom link, but the agenda we can send out again. It's only one item, and it's
It's
in,
the same Zoom, it's just the same Zoom, good.
Yeah, so it's 5 o'clock tomorrow, not 4 o'clock.
All right,
And it's
good night.
only one application, the one in the BEX.
the
the
pre-app.
BEX. the pre-app.
I
No,
didn't.
don't say Bex. Katie hated when I called it the Bex 50. But
The
Hated it.
problem is it's zoning code. And when you say to someone, oh yeah, that's the BEX, they look at you like, what? The
Yeah.
public, no, people don't know what it is. But yeah, so, but otherwise there's no short way to say it. Okay, everybody, see you tomorrow night. Try not to have too much fun in the next,
24 and a half hours. Or
no, 21, yeah, and less, 21 hours.
22.
And nobody
Okay.
get more COVID, okay? We got enough COVID.
Good plan.
Doctor's orders.
Doctor's orders.
Good
Bye.
night, everyone.